Was the mic check?
Short.
Oh, thank you so much, Fred.
And then
Okay, yeah, hang on. Let me see.
oh no,
Hang on one second.
no, you're fine. I have no signature.
Yeah.
Just look at my text because I think
Okay,
he's
so
like, I
here's-
told her to come into the next DCC meeting. I was like, I know, DCC is approved to come into the next.
No, I have everything, but, because he texted me, I said, hey, do you want me to talk about anything? And he said, wait. Yeah, I have the whole
Okay,
timeline.
perfect.
That it's
I don't know, maybe I'll go back
Black is somewhere in the audience.
There it comes. Well, I just sprayed all my teeth, but now they're all like they're big.
Oh, there's Steve.
I always make jokes, like I don't think I have enough real teeth left.
Okay, there we go. There's Steve. Okay. Okay, I would like to call to order this meeting of the Board of Trustees of the North Orange County Community College District on Tuesday, September 9th, 2025 at 5:32-ish. Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Trustee Barbara Dunsheath will be attending remotely. She has posted her location for the teleconference and made it available to the public in accordance with the Brown Act. And since she will be participating remotely, all votes will be by roll call. And I understand that Trustee Evangelina Rosales will not be here tonight. Other than that, Alba, could you please have trustee roll call?
Trustee Bent.
Here.
Trustee Blount.
Here.
Trustee Brown.
Here.
Trustee Dunsheath.
Here.
Trustee Ed Lopez.
Here.
Trustee Mark Lopez.
Here.
Student Trustee Castillo Bolivar.
Here.
Student Trustee Kalinko.
Here.
And Student Trustee Nasu.
Okay, moving ahead to agenda item 1C, consideration of block vote items in sections 4, 5, and 6. Are there any of those items that anyone wish to pull off the consent calendar? No? Do we have a motion for approval of the items?
So moved. Second.
Moved by trustee Bent, seconded by trustee Ed Lopez. All right, roll call votes, starting with student trustee Christine Nasu. I'll let you call the names.
Good job. Student Trustee Advisory votes.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Trustee Bent.
Aye.
Trustee Blount. Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Dunsheath.
Yes.
Trustee Ed Lopez. And Trustee Mark Lopez.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So trustee Dunsheath is the voice of God, apparently. Oh, there she is. Hey, Barbara. Okay. Agenda item 1D, Chancellor's report. Dr. Breland.
Thank you, Board President Brown. Good evening, everyone. Let's have a few items I'm going to mention tonight in the report. As everybody knows, the district has been very busy with welcoming students back with all the different activities. I just want to send a great big thank you out to our students and also to our faculty and our staff for all the work that they've been engaged in and welcoming folks back. There's just a great energy. I'm going to start a report by mentioning that next week, September 16th, we'll be hosting a meeting of the Board of Governors here at the Anaheim campus site. And I want to thank President Pertel, Julie Schimpf, and the rest of the NOCCCD team, as well as the district team that has been involved in setting up this and their preparation. I know that our board has also been invited to attend lunch and dinner with the Board of Governors, and I'll circle back and make sure that you all have those dates and locations in the event that you're able to attend. But this is a great opportunity for us to showcase the fantastic things going on in our district, in particular our work with non-credit and adult education. And again, I just want to thank everybody for their work in pulling this off. This is the first time the Board of Governors has met since the pandemic at one of our district sites in the state of California. So it's actually a big moment for them as well. We're excited to host. September 19th will be the second meeting of the faculty work group, which brings together the Senate and the ADFAC union to strengthen collaboration and shared values. And I want to recognize and thank Faculty Senate President Bridget Komanek, as well as Academic Senate President Jacqueline Mangianetti. Did I get it right, Jacqueline? My apologies. And Michelle Patrick Norg, as well as ADFAC President Marlo Smith, and Michelle is the Academic Senate President of NOCCCD, for their willingness to engage in building a culture of trust, transparency, and participatory governance. I also want to thank Vice Chancellor Williams, as well as Erica, for their budget presentations that they're going to be doing throughout the district, again, with a focus on fiscal sustainability, efficiency, and transparency. And that data will be presented with great clarity and balance, and you're going to see a presentation this evening at the meeting of the Board of Trustees shortly. And as far as community engagement goes, I had the opportunity to attend here at NOCCCD the reopening, Aspire Clothing Lounge ribbon reopening and a ribbon cutting ceremony. And it really was a great opportunity to see how spaces can be transformed when people get together and have a vision. But this was a fantastic event that really gives our students an opportunity to be successful. And I want to give a special thank you to Tina McClurkin, Stephanie Rodriguez Yocana, Annie Cotton, Stacy Webb, and Denise Mora, as well as the Associate Dean Kim Tang, for all the work that they put in championing this clothing closet. It was just a space that gives students an opportunity to maintain dignity and have a sense of belonging and to get out into the workforce. And I encourage everybody to donate to this space or go by and visit it. It really is fascinating. So thank you all for that work. And I would like to thank folks who put together the Women in Power Spaces event that occurred at the La Brea Community Center last Friday. And I want to thank Trustees Rosales and Trustees Dunsheath for their participation, with a special shout out to Trustee Dunsheath for actually participating on one of the panels and making contribution there. But I also have deep gratitude to, again, Julie Schimpf, Julie Perez, Kai Stearns, Miranda Bates, Amabel Orlando, Giselle Mata, Lisa McPherson, Melissa Lum, Nancy Flores, and Rachel Mendiola for their participation in making this really a successful event. I would say it's first rate, and I'm confident that the event will return next year. And some of them may cringe. It was a lot of work, but it was just a very powerful event with a tremendous amount of energy. It was my pleasure to attend. And then finally, I would like to recognize all the work that went into the non-credit workshop at Woodland College. It was a highlight showcasing very strong participation and best practices sharing in the far north area. And again, thank you to President Patel and her team for representing NOCCCD and ensuring that the work in non-credit continues to expand and serve diverse learners. And with that, I will conclude my report. Thank you, Board President Brown.
Thank you very much. Okay. Agenda item 2A, approval of minutes of the regular meeting of August 26th, 2025. Are there any corrections or changes? Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I have a few corrections regarding some of my comments at the last meeting. Some of them minor. But at page 219, about 2/3 of the way down, there's a paragraph that starts off talking about Trustee Blount and then says Trustee Ed Lopez stated that he would be voting no because the compensation packages are too rich. It was singular, the package is too rich. And then I would change because it is to as. In other words, it should say, but not as a reflection on the Chancellor. I think is a little more clear. And then on the next page, 220, in the third bullet, there's some language about DACA, and it says, Trustee Ed Lopez noted that the DACA program is currently mired in legislation and legal challenges. We should just say legal challenges. What I said is that it's mired in litigation. So if we just strike legislation and say mired in legal challenges, that would really do it. I don't think there's really any legislative activity on that. At the top of 221, sorry, but I guess I was doing a lot of talking at that meeting. It says that I recommended a presentation on the situation at Cypress College regarding the cats and media coverage, and I would just put a period right there. The rest of that is a little not particularly helpful and maybe a little hard to understand, particularly the last part. So I would just put the period after coverage. And what else? This is the last one, 224. So I raised a procedural question about whether the staff could be allowed to make the resource table staff and the chancellor staff should be able to make their comments from their seats now that they have microphones again. So the point was they used to be able to do that in the old boardroom, so should they be able to do it again now? This kind of sounds like in the past they had to go to the podium, which is kind of the opposite of what I was saying and what is true. So I would change the first sentence to say that regarding an option of allowing staff to deliver reports from their seats as they used to do. Please add that at the end of the first sentence. And then in the second sentence, it says, he noted that in the past, speakers went to the podium. So that should be clarified. Scratch past and say high school boardroom. He noted that in the high school boardroom. And then scratch speakers and say staff went to the podium, but their seats are now again equipped with microphones. Please insert again after the word now. That, I think, better captures the gist of it. That's all I have, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any other comments, corrections from anyone? Okay. Do we have a motion for approval of the minutes as amended?
I'll make a motion to approve as amended.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All righty. And roll call vote. Alba.
Student trustees,
Aye.
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 trustee Bent,
Aye.
trustee Blount,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Dunshith,
Aye.
trustee Ed Lopez,
Aye.
and trustee Mark Lopez.
Aye.
Wonderful. I don't believe there's a need for a closed session at this point. Is that right, Dr. Breland? All right. So that gets us to agenda item 3A, a public hearing regarding the proposed budget and the GAN appropriation limit. I will declare the public hearing to be open. Are there any comments on the proposed budget? All right. Then I will turn it over to Dr. Breland for staff presentation.
Thank you for having us this evening to present the 25-26 proposed budget, and hopefully we'll get the budget approved as well as approving the GAN limit, which is a requirement. So this evening, you're mostly going to have Erica, but I'll just be here to answer some questions and chime in if necessary. We are planning to go this fairly quickly. We did do a rather lengthy presentation yesterday at our council and budget committee. So please feel free to ask any questions. We'd be more than happy to elaborate, but we are going to try to go through this fairly quickly this evening. So turn it over to Erica.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Williams. Good afternoon, trustees, Chancellor, members of the community. So as Vice Chancellor Williams mentioned, we're here to present the proposed budget for 25-26. So in today's presentation, we're going to cover some quick highlights from the state budget and the system budget. We'll then move into the district budget, starting with the ending fund balance and then moving into budgeted revenues and budgeted expenses. We'll also be sharing with you other significant considerations that aren't included in the budget but that are important to keep in mind. And then we'll move into a discussion on operational efficiencies, given that our budget landscape is changing as we're moving out of hold harmless. We'll then share our four-year forecasts and then our budget plan for the next few years. So with that, a couple quick updates from the state budget. So at the May revise, the state was anticipating a $12 billion budget deficit. When they enacted the final budget, the budget was balanced with no major core reductions to community college funding. For more information, we do have a link to the budget, the state budget, in your PowerPoint and in the budget book as well. Some quick highlights from the system budget. The system budget is maintaining its focus on stability. There are no major reductions to community college funding. COLA of 2.3% is included for the SCIF formula, as well as for select categorical programs. There's also funding for enrollment growth of 2.35% over 2 years. And there's also some investments, one-time and ongoing investments. For more information, we do have a link to the system budget as well. So now for the district budget, we do want to start with an overview to help frame some of the information that we're going to be sharing today. So things that we'd like to highlight from the district's 25-26 budget are that the budget is balanced, all permanent positions are budgeted for, employee groups received a board-approved increase to the salary schedule. The district also increased its contribution towards the cost of health benefits. The district will likely be moving out of hold harmless in 25-26. At this point, we're also not anticipating a deficit factor to materialize. The campuses have done a really great job growing enrollments, and while enrollments are still trending up, we're cautiously budgeting for a slower growth rate in FTS. In addition, the campuses have allocated about $75 million in one-time funding. So overall, the 25-26 is still looking like a good budget year. However, given that our landscape is changing as we're moving out of hold harmless, we think a greater focus on operational efficiency is needed in order to continue to make investments in students, in programs, and faculty and staff. So next, we'd like to start off with the ending fund balance as we begin the discussion on the district's budget, because the ending fund balance becomes the beginning balance for the new year. So the district finished 24-25 with an ending fund balance of $127.2 million. So it's a decrease of $14.3 million from the prior year. In the next slide, you'll see kind of what the spend down was related to. Most of the spend down was related to campus enrollment support, student success advocates, student book grants, and then transfers to supplement general fund operations and facility improvements. So in this graph, you'll see what the carryovers are for the 4 different budget centers for district services, for Cypress, for Fullerton, and NOCCCD, and it's comparing the ending fund balance from 24-25 to the prior year. So on this slide, you'll see the components that make up the ending fund balance, the $127.2 million. A big portion of that is the board policy reserve, which we'll talk about on the next slide. The sections in blue and yellow represent assigned funds that have been assigned by the different budget centers. The portion in red is the restricted funds. So those are going to be things like health services, instructional equipment, lottery, veterans, and I'm missing one more. And parking funds. So those funds are restricted because there's a legal restriction to how those funds can be utilized. The other 2 components of the ending fund balance are the unallocated resources. So those are funds that haven't been allocated that can be allocated through the Council of Budget and Facilities Committee, as well as DCC. And then the last component I'll mention here is the prior year revenue. So we did have a prior year revenue adjustment that we booked in 24-25, and that's related to a deficit factor that we booked in fiscal year 23-24. When we were closing fiscal year 23-24, we were anticipating a deficit would materialize based on the information that we had at that point in time. It ended up not materializing. We found that out in February of 2025, so that meant when we closed the books for 24-25, we had those additional $2.6 million that we were able to recognize related to a prior year revenue adjustment. Right, so a little bit about the board policy reserve. The board policy reserve as of June 30th, 2025 is $47.6 million. Per the board policy, the district is required to maintain a required level reserve limit equal to 2 months worth of general fund expenditures. So for the 25-26 year, the actual required reserve limit should be $49.2 million, and the plan to increase it up to that level is to use the 25-26 stability protection funds in order to meet that required threshold by the end of the year. So now moving on to budgeted revenues. So the district receives revenues from different revenue streams. By far the biggest portion is going to be what we earn through apportionment through the SCIF model. The SCIF revenues represent 91% of our total revenues. In total, what we're budgeting for the RAM revenues is $291.05 million. Out of that $291 million, $265.93 is what we're earning through the SCIF, and then $1.57 is stability protection funding that we'll be receiving this year. And we'll talk more about that in the next slide. So some key revenue assumptions that we're making when we're budgeting the revenues. So we're using COLA of 2.3% because that's what we receive from the state. And then we're also using target FTS. So the target FTS are for Cypress 5%, for Fullerton 4%, and then for NOC we're just anticipating that they'll remain flat. Hopefully they grow, but those are our budget assumptions for the revenue side. In the graph you'll see total computational revenue when at the state level, when they're calculating how much total computational revenue the district is going to receive, they do three calculations. One is the SCIF revenue, is what we're earning through the SCIF model, so that incorporates what we're generating in FTS. It incorporates our head counts on the supplemental allocation, and then the head counts on the student success allocation. So that first bar where you see 265.9 million, that's what we're earning through the SCIF. The second calculation that they do is they look at your prior year earned SCIF and then they multiply it by COLA, so the 2.3%, and then that becomes your stability protection. And then the third calculation is the hold harmless amount, which is a fixed amount of 262.4 million. They compare those three numbers and then the district gets the highest of those three. So this year, the highest of those three for us is the stability protection number, the bar in the middle, which is 267.5 million. So that's what we're expecting to receive this year.
So just two comments on this. The first one being stability you can claim for 1 year. It's not something that you can elect every year to the magnitude that we have this year. And so if you remember when we were here in June and presented the tentative budget, at that time we had a lower revenue number. And the reason we had a lower revenue number is we hadn't put in any projections for our increase in FTES that Erica mentioned, the 4%, 5%. And so with those additions that we included in the proposed budget, our revenues did increase above the hold harmless amount of 262 million. So that's essentially how we get to the 266 million. So we're just kind of bringing you from January to where we are now.
All right, the next thing we'd like to show you is the FTS trend. So this is still looking positive for the district. We're still trending up. This is showing you actual FTS that we've earned. And then the last column is target FTS. And then on the next slide, we're showing a funded FTS to actual FTS. So the bars in green show you the funded FTS, and then the bars in yellow are showing actual FTS, with that last year showing you in yellow the target FTS that we're using. So one thing we did want to point out here is that funded FTS is based on the credit side on a 3-year average. So if you look at just the bars in green, they look like they trend down a little bit and then kind of get a little bit flat toward the end. But if you look at the bars in yellow, the actual FTS, those are going up. So it's an overall positive sign for us. Like we mentioned before, because we had emergency conditions, allowance before. Our funded FTS number was a little bit inflated before. Since emergency conditions has phased out, that's why it's kind of looking flatter in the later years. So the next thing we'll cover is budgeted expenses. So our budgeted expenses and contingencies total $291.3 million. The biggest portion of that is going to be our permanent position, salary and benefits, which are making up 73% of that. And then another 18% is other personnel costs. So these are going to be things like our adjuncts, overload for full-time faculty, other hourly positions. And then the remaining, the 9%, is our other operating expenses. So that could be services, it could be supplies, it could be other outgo. Things to consider when we're looking at the budget expenses. So this $291.3 million number includes all active positions. That means positions that are filled as well as positions that are vacant. During the year, we did go through the vacancy list to make sure we were cleaning it up. If there were any positions that were vacant that we knew we wouldn't be hiring, each budget center, each campus went through their list and made sure to clean that up. So at this point in time, when we were working on the proposed budget, anything that was still on the list was on the list because we're anticipating will be filled this year. Also included in our budgeted expenses are annual changes in step and column, changes to the salary schedule based on settled negotiations, the decrease in the PERS rate, which decreased from 27.05% to 26.81%. The PERS rate stayed the same, it's 19.1%. Personnel, so in total, personnel is 91% of the budget. It did increase like 6.5% from the year before. All right, so now a little bit more about vacant positions. At the time we were developing the budget, vacancies in the unrestricted general fund, the ongoing fund totaled 98.54 FTE full-time equivalent, and they were budgeted at 15.54 million, including benefits. As of the beginning of this month, 48.69 FTE remain vacant. These positions are budgeted at 7.7 million. Since vacancies are included in the budget, some savings in personnel cost are expected at the end of the year, just due to the timing of when the positions are filled. And then this slide just gives you a summary of all the budgeted revenues and expenses, and it's showing you kind of the three buckets. So the RAM is the resource allocation model. It includes the ongoing expenses, or the ongoing funds, as well as the self-supporting funds. And then the next column over is the prior year, the carryovers from the prior year. And then the third column is your restricted fund. So a lot of our categoricals are included in that column. Okay, the next thing we want to cover are other budget considerations that are not included in the budget, but that are important to keep in mind. The first one is the job family studies, which we've talked about before. The district committed to completing the job family studies by the end of this calendar year. And at this time, the outcome of the study, the impact of it is unknown to us. And so, it'll have a budget impact, but we don't know what that'll be at this point in time. The other thing we wanted to note is the change in the attendance accounting guidelines for FTS. There was a system-wide change to standardize the calculation of the credit FTS, and that's required to be implemented by 26/27, which the district has elected to postpone implementing until that time. The district could see a reduction in FTS, particularly in distance education courses and in certain labs. Right now, because we're postponing it, we're trying to figure out the best way to implement it to minimize the impact to the institution. The next point we wanted to highlight here is a move to Illusion Banner's software as a service implementation. So currently the district's ERP system we're utilizing Banner on premise, and there's a big push for us to move to Banner SaaS because it's needed in order to modernize our ERP. There are a lot of benefits to going from on-prem to the SaaS version, and we won't go too much into that now, but the estimated cost would be about over $5 million. So there's a need for us to invest in that. The ERP that we've had it for many, many years, and there's limitations that we have to continuing to use it. One of them being it's difficult to make the updates in a timely manner. If we were to go to Banner SaaS, it would be a lot more quicker for us to keep our system updated. The next item we'll talk about is our retiree benefit contribution. So we haven't had a retiree benefit contribution into the irrevocable trust for a couple years because we did have an asset and it had been growing. We did a new actuarial valuation study recently, and based on the new assumptions that the actuary is using, they are showing a liability instead of an asset, and that difference between what we have in the investments for the trust and what the liability that they're calculating is about 10 million. So we do have a little bit of a liability now to consider. So there will probably be a need for us to increase our contribution into the irrevocable trust in order to meet the obligation. Our plan is to try to do that over time so that we don't drastically impact district operations. The next thing we want to highlight here is just a reevaluation of the district's resource allocation model. We go through this once a year, every year, once a year, through participatory governance. And when we reevaluate the model, changes to the RAM have an impact on the campuses. It doesn't mean that we earn additional dollars. It's just how we're dividing the pie. But we're going through it. We're going to be going through it in the fall. And changes to the RAM would affect the allocation of the ongoing funds to each budget center. The next thing we'll highlight here is just the change in our budget landscape. As we mentioned before, we are expecting that we're going to be moving out of hold harmless in 25-26. What that means for us is in the past where we've set targets to reach FTS, if we didn't reach them, we'd still get funded up to hold harmless. Our budget situation is different now because hold harmless is no longer above us, it's below us, it's our floor. Meaning if we set targets to grow and then we don't hit those targets, we'll be funded up to the floor, but we won't be funded for that difference, right? So we could potentially have a deficit. We've talked at other board meetings before about a structural budget deficit, but anticipating we're gonna end the year in a surplus, and that was because we were under hold harmless. And now we're in a different position. Hold harmless is now under us, we're above it. And so, as I mentioned before, if we were not to reach our target FTS, we could see a deficit. So we'll talk more about that in our next couple slides as we look at our expenses. On this next slide, you'll see 91% of our expenses are in personnel. At some budget centers, it's even higher. It's 92, 93, 98. And so this puts us in a difficult spot. If we were to go into go through a financial crisis at the state level, for example, if we had a deficit factor that we had to implement at a local level, we would be in a challenging situation. So I think the focus now that we're in a new budget landscape, it needs to be more on operational efficiency. And operational efficiency could look really different across our different programs and departments. Here are just a few examples. We won't go through all of them, but I'll just highlight a few of them. So for example, streamlining processes to reduce administrative burden, utilizing technology to automate labor-intensive tasks, partnering with other campus departments and programs to optimize the use of resources, reviewing software catalogs to identify software that is no longer needed, and also ways to streamline software solutions. So those are some examples. Ways to measure operational efficiency. There are a lot of different metrics that can be used. These are just some examples. For example, our salaries to FTS ratio, also our salaries to student success headcounts, or salaries to supplemental headcounts. On the administrative side, number of days it's taking us to process financial transactions, employee turnover, and possibly like a district-wide survey on district office services. So there's a lot of different metrics that could be used. What we want to recommend what we're recommending to each budget center is that we identify key efficiency metrics for each center, especially around personnel costs, because that is the biggest portion of our expenses. We're also recommending setting targets for those key metrics, developing guidelines for exceptions, and then monitoring and reporting on data on a continuous basis. So the next thing we'll get into is our scenarios, the four-year forecasts, and this will kind of give you more background as to why operational efficiency should be a greater focus. So in our first scenario, this scenario is assuming that there is no growth. So it's using 24-25 FTS and then not assuming any growth in FTS in the out years. It's also assuming COLA, and the COLA we're estimating based on the School Services of California website. It's also including any negotiated changes to the salary schedule. So in 26-27 and 27-28, it also includes the potential increase to the salary schedule based on that contingency language if the board were to approve it. Also included is a contribution to the retiree benefits, and then for the non-personnel costs, we're increasing them by CPI, which is just an index for inflation.
So you already did approve the contingency language, so I just wanted to prepare the presentation before the vote. So we just wanted to make sure that you were aware we did include the information, kind of where we think we're going to land on the revenue at $267 million. And so the effects are included in these scenarios.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. So on that last line, the surplus slash deficit line, you'll see kind of what the impacts are of those assumptions in the out years. So in 25-26, we're balanced, and then in 26-27, 27-28, you see we're starting to see some deficits in those years. In 28-29, you don't see a deficit that year because we're not taking into consideration any increases in salaries. Since nothing has been negotiated, we're not estimating anything at this point in time. In the next scenario, we're showing what the effect of reaching our target FTS in 25-26 could look like, and then assuming no growth in the out years. So same assumptions as scenario number one, just using our 25-26 target FTS for that year, and then assuming no growth in the out years. So if we look at that bottom line, the surplus and deficits line, it's looking a lot more positive. And then scenario three, so this scenario is using the assumptions from scenario one, but assuming an annual 2% decline in FTS. So if we look at that surplus deficit line, it's the deficits are bigger in 26, 27, 27, 28. And then the last scenario, this is showing the impact of a 2% decline, and then also what the impact would be of no COLA. So deficits are a lot bigger in the out years. We don't think that this scenario is realistic. We are, based on the information that we're seeing, we are expecting to see COLA in the out years based on just the information that we have at this time. We just wanted to include this scenario because this is kind of like a worst kind of case scenario of what could happen. The campuses are growing, so we're thinking this is kind of where we're going to land scenario number 2 for this year. All right, so that brings us to our, I think this is our last couple more slides. So the next thing we want to talk about is just our budget plan for the next few years. Like we mentioned before, we're going to be reevaluating our district's resource allocation model. Some things that are being considered are adding a district-wide deficit factor. So that would be helpful because, as we're in this new budget landscape and there's some additional risk now that we're above hold harmless, a 2% deficit factor would add a little bit more stability in case we were to have a little bit of a decline. The other thing we're considering is budgeting for negotiations at the district-wide level. The other thing that we are considering is an alternative funding source for new construction, IT infrastructure, and ongoing maintenance. And then the other recommendation that we have is creating a district-level work group to review the enrollment planning recommendations from RNL, to also identify key enrollment management and efficiency metrics for the district, as well as continuously monitor those key metrics, and then to provide regular updates and any recommendations to Chancellor staff. In the future years, in 26-27, we're recommending beginning negotiations early for 27-28 with bargaining units, and then continuing to review enrollment management and efficiency metrics. The next thing we'll talk about is just our campus budget forums. We are planning to have campus budget forums at each of the campuses. Fullerton's has been scheduled for October 9th. Cypress and NOCCCD, we did send out a flyer with their dates, but those dates may be revised, and so we will be sending out more information on the actual date and times for those two budget forums when we have that. And then with that, we can open it up to any questions.
Hey, trustees, questions, comments? Yes. Mark Lopez.
Thank you, President Brown. Thank you for the presentation. I just had a couple of questions, but first I wanted to offer a suggestion just in future presentations, especially when we have lengthier PowerPoints, just having some slide numbers would be helpful just for ease of navigation and reference. That being said, on slide, I believe it's 15, I'm sorry, slide 9, with the reserves, I just wanted to get the clarification that the reserve threshold, that was a board self-imposed limit, and there's no penalty that we're below that currently, correct?
We did set a 5%, a 2 months of operating expenditure limit as part of accepting the emergency condition dollars. So while we are temporarily under, when we roll the budget, we will be transferring dollars in to get us up to the 49 million, which is the requirement. So no, it is not. It is a board policy that we do have, but it's also one of the requirements for us accepting the emergency conditioned funding over some of the past several years.
Okay, and then pending approval of the item this evening, when do you anticipate that timeline and when that will be met?
As early as tomorrow.
Okay, perfect. All right, that's a great answer. Thank you. All right, then I did want to look at slide 15 regarding the vacant positions. I was just curious, how long do we keep positions vacant before they're either deleted, consolidated with some other position, or something else?
We don't have a standard, but we do ask each of the campus budget officers to go through that vacancy list every year to clear out all of the vacancies. And so we did look last year how long some of them were in. Sometimes it takes us longer to replace positions than others. So I think we did remove a number of positions this year, and we did have quite a few because we had a lot. And you notice the difference between when we started to work on the budget and kind of what we reported as of September 2nd. We did have a number of faculty hires that came on after we had already rolled our position control into the budget module.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, Trustee Bent.
I just had a couple of questions. Thank you for the great presentation, and I actually really enjoyed following it along on my monitor here. That was very convenient. My first question is about the, I just lost it, the $10 million statewide for rising scholars, I believe it was. How is that going to be divided amongst the campuses? When you talk about like a statewide approved budget, how is that usually divided amongst the campuses? Is it based on the FTES and it's divided evenly, or how is that usually rolled out campus-wise?
Well, we look at each program differently. The information comes in from information contained in a compendium that the State Chancellor's Office send out. It kind of determines where the dollars are coming from, how it was, the numbers, how it is going to be allocated throughout the state. Once we get that information, some of them are allocated as they come through, depending upon what the basis was. We just, at our last Chancellor staff meeting, went through and allocated a number of the categorical funding programs, and what we had used at that point in time, because it wasn't clearly identified for our non-credit portion to be shared between the three institutions, we used 3-year average FTES. And so that's how we went through and did the allocation. But we look at each one separately.
Okay, and you're talking about, like, because I'm talking about this, it looked like it was $10 million from the state level, and we're talking about getting to the 100+ campuses, right? So,
yes.
But when we get a portion, you're saying for our district, we also have another step where we consider how to allocate that amongst our campuses? Okay.
Correct. So we'll first determine what North Orange County Community College District's allocation will be, and then we'll go through that process.
Okay, that makes sense. And then, yeah, changing enterprise software is a big deal, but I'm an advocate for that kind of thing, so I'd love to see that come before the board at some point once we know the exact numbers or plan. I don't know if we're approving that. Is that going to be approved separately, or is that like a want to have, or is that already in the works?
We're just starting to have the discussion. We actually just moved from Banner 8 to moving to Banner 9. This will be a much bigger implementation. There's a couple of other community college districts that are already moving forward with this. And the biggest difference is we've made a lot of modifications to our Banner system. The new system won't allow modifications. You have to get it through really at the state level, and they make the modifications at that level. And so we don't want to be on the cutting edge or the bleeding edge. We want to let a couple of other districts get in this. But we are looking at, as we're making modifications, how we would implement that into the new system. So we're just now starting the discussion on that, but it is something that's out there. It has a pretty big price tag. It will have even a bigger price tag for the amount of effort from staff to get this thing implemented. And so we just wanted to get it in front of everybody that it's coming probably within the next 3 to 5 years.
Okay, is it one of those situations where we shouldn't have jumped to Banner 9, or is it one of those things that helps us in the transition to the newest available?
We were actually a little late into Banner 9, and Aleutian actually provides the updates to the newer system, and so it's a little harder for us to get the older versions, keeping them update. That's kind of one of the things that Erica had mentioned. So we were just moved to Banner 9.
Okay, and if there is a change, is it something that can be done within, like, I know there's going to be a lot of training and implementation involved, but is something can be done within 12 months?
Probably not.
Over? No, longer?
That's what I'm hearing from other districts, yes.
Okay, and then I also heard that we are going to try to pay down our OPEB liability over time. Is that like a quarterly goal we're going to pay some down, or monthly, or are we going to pay it within the next 12 months to try to get caught up?
The thought is, since we just got the actuarial valuation, we did not want to implement that. It's about $1.4 million a year contribution, essentially, and we will build that in somehow into the personnel cost kind of moving forward, probably starting next year. We are going to the retirement board with the actuarial information. The actuaries will actually be at the next retirement board meeting to kind of have a discussion of why it changed. We're still pursuing the $6 million contribution from a trust each for the next 3 years. We may even go at that retirement board meeting to have that increased, because we did see a cost that actually hit the general fund this last year. We thought we had enough at the $6 million mark, but it did, I think it was $6,083,000 if I remember correctly, but we'll probably go for a recommendation to the retirement board to increase that. The other thing we did with the retirement board level is that we moved 3 years worth, so we at least have 3 years advance notice from the retirement board if they're not going to make the contribution. So we did move that from a longer term investment to a shorter term investment, so we're not seeing the market changes as much. And so we'll be making that recommendation at the next retirement board meeting as well.
Okay, and I just made a little note, but when I heard the presentation, I thought I heard that we were kind of in the positive on that for a while, and now that we're 10 million upside down, and so you said 1.4 million a year. What's the difference between the 10 million upside down and 1.4 million a year? That's the goal to pay?
That's the actuarial contribution to get us over time. It's actually probably closer to 16 million, because we hadn't made the 6 million, and we actually got the check, $6 million check today. Mm-hmm. So it's really about $16 million, and it's really, this is remember, very long term. Mm-hmm. Before we received the actuarial evaluation, we actually thought we had a $20 million asset. And so it was really the change in the assumptions that were made in the actuarial valuation, and kind of go more into the budget document, kind of explaining the changes. One of them being that our actuarial firm that we've used over the last number of years and has done most of the educational entities was acquired by another firm. And so they're looking at things a little bit differently. Some of the disagreements that I've had with the actuary about the 4% increase in the medical cost is not even nearly reflective of what we've been seeing over the last number of years, so they've increased that piece as well. And so it's just a change and we get this done every year, so it will fluctuate as you go, so it's not something you have to take care of immediately. We still have $153 million now in the trust.
Okay.
So we're sitting pretty good still.
Okay, and just to double verify that I'm understanding what you're saying, though. So basically, whether it's 10 million or 16 million at this point, that's a future number that we have to invest a certain amount a year to grow into that amount by the time it's going to be paid out. Is that basically it?
Again, we'll do the actuarial valuation again next year, and the numbers will change depending upon what happens in the market.
Okay, and we can just see that progress over time, for good or bad. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Other comments or questions? Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just one more question on the retirement trust. Maybe you got to this and I missed it, but if we were to do nothing, when would the shortfall occur? That when would we not have enough to pay benefits? You said it's a long-term problem, but what time frame are we actually talking about?
Well, if you remember, the liability is not in the trust. The trust is really there to help with the contributions. We have $159 million. It is managed by a separate retirement board made up of the constituent groups, and so we've been able to get contributions from that. So it could be as early as next year. The retirement board could say we don't want to make a contribution to that. We want to get to a net asset position, and then that would $6 million would come back to the district. It is a district liability.
So according to the actuarial projection, when does the problem actually occur? That is, when would the trust not be able to fully reimburse the district for its expenses on those benefits?
I can't answer that. We have we had $153 million in there. We pay about $6+ million a year. So if the trust agrees and the retirement board agrees to make the contribution to the district, which they have in the past, then it will be take a long time to extinguish those dollars.
So it's a very long-term problem.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that clarification.
We're in much better shape than most districts. We have $153 million in the trust, which was a great accomplishment for this district.
So I don't have any more questions. I just wanted to say, I just wanted to thank the staff for an excellent job, doing such a great job in keeping us fiscally in good shape. The scenario, the expected scenario or the intermediate scenario looks excellent. So you've done a very good job of, continuing to keep us in good shape. So thank you for your work on that.
Thank you very much. I would like to say thank you to Erica and her team and my assistant who did the bulk of the work on this year. I didn't actually participate as much as I have in the past. And so it'll be a very smooth transition. I hope when you get your new Vice Chancellor that Erica's still here. So we are very short-staffed at this point, and so I know that she was here many, many nights and weekends to get that completed. So also like to thank the campus staff. They worked very hard to get all of their information to us in a timely manner, and so it is an effort that's done by many, many people.
Any other comments or questions? Barbara.
Yes, thank you. Again, I just want to echo what a great presentation. I'm very proud to see that the district is financially stable and that this helps our students and it helps all of our employees because it means that paychecks come in a timely manner and that, tonight we ratified the contingency language and the raises were put in there, and that's, all part of what is a part of the balanced budget. So I have two quick questions. The first one had to do with the fund number. So I'm in your booklet, and this is on page 26, where you talked about the full-time faculty obligation number. So my question is that according to this, it says that we were right now we're at 57.8 positions over the compliance, but then in the fall of 2026, we would be just about at the fund number. Is that correct?
Correct. Our thoughts are that last year's calculation or the previous year's calculation that they were using was artificially low, and kind of looking, we do have the advanced FON number for next year, so that is the one we think it could even go. The actual calculation might be higher, but we always have the safe harbor. So we do believe we're going to be needing to hire a number of faculty for next year because we are anticipating probably we get usually about 20 retirements a year on the faculty side. So we are going to need to kind of look at this and figure out where we're going to be putting in the new faculty for fall of 26, 27.
Okay, and our district is always one of the higher ones in comparison with our FTES. Is that still true?
Correct. We're on the high side.
And the fund number at the state level hasn't changed in what? How many years?
The FON changes every year. The calculation goes through based upon credit FTES. So the numbers change from a statewide level depending upon how FTES is growing.
Okay, but then if that's true, then how come we are consistently higher in comparison to other districts?
Well, the original FON number that was implemented in 1988 was one that was arbitrarily, I think it was arbitrarily picked depending upon where you were in 1988. That was kind of your baseline. And they have been changing it every year since 1988 as long as there's been sufficient they determine if there's sufficient dollars at the state level. So they've suspended it a couple of years. So it has been growing and changing every year, depending upon what your credit FTS does.
Okay. But we hired a number of faculty at, at opening days. They, both Cypress, NOCCCD, and Fullerton all announced, the number of hires, which was quite significant. And yet our fund number went down. So that's because the calculation of the state changed.
It is going up. There's a number of times when they actually do the calculation, and there's 3 points where you can take a look, and they use the lowest number is what they're going to hold you accountable to. And for a few years, we saw very, very large deficit factors at our P2 apportionment report, and so it artificially decreased the number of what it should have been. They do the calculation again, and so they keep it running, but you can use whatever the lowest one of those numbers are. So that's why we're so far over, because we're using the compliance fund. Our fund number is actually would be higher. Go ahead.
Trustee Dungy, I would just add a couple things. So there's two things that could cause your fund number to decrease. One of them is if your FTS were to drop, and then the other one would be if there's a deficit factor that the state is applying at the state level. And so, as Vice Chancellor Williams had mentioned, in the last couple years at the P2 apportionment period, when the state is looking at calculating the fund number, they were applying really big deficit factors like between 8 and 10%. So when Vice Chancellor Williams was mentioning our prior year funds have been artificially kind of lower because of those deficit factors that didn't end up materializing, it brought our fund number down. But we were anticipating that in the future, because we are growing in our FTS, that fund number, our compliance fund, would go up. So I think that was part of the reasoning, too, of why we continue to hire, because we're anticipating that fund number would go up. So if we look at the fund number for fall 2026, it's 525.2. And there is no longer a deficit factor being applied for this year, so it's showing that our fund number is going up. I don't know if that helps a little bit.
But that'll be for next year.
Alrighty, and then I had one other question. In the book on page 36, it talks about the general fund, and it lists in kind of the second column, it lists the budget as a percent of expenditures, and in that area, it lists total salaries and benefits at 79.63. But then tonight you mentioned that it was closer to 91%. So can you help me understand why there were two different figures that were given?
Yes, we can. The number that you're looking at here includes all the carryover dollars, and most of our carried over dollars are, and I think it was pretty substantial last year in terms of the numbers, if I remember, it's like 117 million or something. That most of that is not budgeted in personnel, but when you look at what we consider our ongoing fund that we use to account for revenues and expenditures, that's where we have our ongoing revenue coming in and all of the positions that we have, plus what we anticipate that we're going to be spending for the part-time faculty and overload. That's when it gets over the 91%. So you're kind of looking at two different pieces. We kind of really think from the perspective of where are we fiscally looking at ongoing revenues and ongoing expenditures. You want to make sure your ongoing revenues are sufficient to cover the ongoing expenditures. This is where we've seen a creep to go up to the 91%. When you put in the carryover dollars, we don't budget as much in proportion in salaries and benefits. That's why you see the difference.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Trustee Dungy.
And then you mentioned several things about new budget, proposed budget plans, and there were a whole bunch of things that you listed there. Some you were trying to do in 25, 26, and then some in further out years. should the board expect a future report regarding how those things are coming back, or what the progress is on those items?
So we have every year in our resource allocation model an evaluation that we will do in October. We actually had a discussion with the budget officers today, and some of the things we're thinking are going to be coming forward. And so I do think while the last several years we've had some minor changes to the allocation model, we're thinking that we're going to need some significant changes to the allocation model. And the reason for that is over the last probably five years, when we've been under the hold harmless, we've been getting $20 to $30 million of excess revenue that we haven't been earning. And that's kind of what we were budgeting towards. We still think we used the dollars wisely, but now we're above the hold harmless amount. We're going to see that it's getting tighter and tighter. We still think we're in decent shape, but the landscape, as Erica had mentioned, is changing. And so now you're going to have to live within the means. What we're actually producing is what, after this year, we do have the stability funding for this year, so I think we're good for this year. But kind of moving forward, I do think you're going to need to generate the revenue before you can spend it. And that's when Erica was talking about, even if we project the additional FTES, if it doesn't come in, then you got to go in and figure out where you're going to take the dollars from. I will tell you, for many years within this district, we had a board policy contingency at 5%. Now we're probably closer to 20%. So you have dollars that you can buy time with, and you can fix pretty much anything over time. And so that is one of the biggest accomplishments I think this board has made in terms of changing the board policy to agree with the recommendation that's coming out of the Chancellor's office to get us to the 2 months of operating expenditures. So it is a very good, stable position to be in.
Okay, but my question was still, if any of it, when you do that evaluation, will you be reporting back to the board of any changes?
I think we're scheduled, or somebody's scheduled for March of this next year to come back with an update. So that is on, I think, the Chancellor's calendar.
As part of the board goals, the 5-year budget analysis was broken down into 2 parts. Tonight was going to be part 1 with the proposed budget, and the second part will be presented in March when Fred is no longer with the district.
All right, thanks. Appreciate the answers to the questions.
Other comments, questions? I have one question. You had said that a new calculation method for the credit could end up lowering our FTES, and obviously lower FTES lowers revenue. So how significant do you think that change might be, and has that been included in the scenarios?
We ran a scenario kind of using the new parameters, and we thought it was going to have a 2% negative effect on the overall FTES. And so we will start to continue to look at what the impact will be. At the same time we're trying to grow, we'll have to kind of consider this piece as well. So that's part of the work that needs to be done using the recommendations that we're getting from the consultant that we hired for the enrollment management. So it's part of all of that discussion. We do think it will have a minimal 2%, but in these times it's hard to get 2% one way or the other. So it could have, and no, they weren't included, is a reduction unless you take the scenario 3 and 4 where you incorporate one of those deficit years.
Okay. Thank you. Final call for any questions, comments? All right, thank you for a very informative presentation. We always love budget stuff. Thank you. Okay, the recommendation is to adopt the 25-26 proposed budget and to approve the GAN appropriation limit. Do we have a motion for that recommendation? Okay, from Trustee Blount, do you have a second?
Second.
Second, Trustee Bent. Alba, roll call, please.
Student trustees?
Aye.
Aye.
Trustee Bent?
Aye.
Trustee Blount?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Densheath?
Yes.
Trustee Ed Lopez?
Aye.
And Trustee Mark Lopez.
Aye.
All right. The motion is adopted. With that, do we have a motion to close that public?
We have one more item under the public hearing section for the
I thought it was two
resolution.
different public hearings.
Nope, we do them all at once.
Oh, okay. Then we'll move to the second part of the public hearing, which is for 3B about regarding dedication of an easement to Southern California Edison and a resolution to authorize that. All right. Are there any comments on this item? Okay. It looks like there's also no presentation. Is that correct? Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the easement and adopt the resolution authorizing that easement?
So moved.
Okay. Trustee Ed Lopez, a second. Oh, is that a second, Barbara? Okay. Second from
Yes,
Trustee Densheath.
second.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Roll call, please.
Student trustees?
Yes.
Aye. Aye.
Trustee Bent?
Aye.
Trustee Blount?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Densheath?
Yes.
Trustee Ed Lopez?
Aye.
And Trustee Mark Lopez.
Aye.
Okay. That passes. Now, do we have a motion to close the overall public hearing?
So moved.
Okay, Trustee Bent, second. This is Trustee Mark Lopez. And a roll call to close the public hearing.
Student trustees?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Trustee Bent?
Aye.
Trustee Blount?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Densheath?
Yes.
Trustee Ed Lopez?
Aye.
And Trustee Mark Lopez.
Aye.
Lovely. Okay, public hearing is closed. That brings us to agenda item 7A. Recommended that the board discuss changes, additions to the boardroom, board conference room, and board lobby. This is an information item. I understand there is a presentation, and we'll have some discussion on some options. Okay.
Yes, I'm going to let Vice Chancellor Williams get set up. Do we need a tech support? Or you got it? You got it. It didn't come out on that screen.
So we've been in this boardroom for the second meeting now, and we've had a few things that we just want to get some direction from the entire board and kind of looking at some things that we could modify. So we kind of, with the list in the agenda item, but we want to kind of quickly go through and kind of ask the board several questions. So the first one, oh, wait a minute, that's kind of got me to the end. Hold on. So what we want to accomplish tonight, we want to talk about the digital signs, the district sign in the back, the camera views, the decor and furniture, and anything else that the board wishes to talk about. So the first thing that's on the list is what do we want to see on the signs here? We've got, I think last week we had the names with the logos that you can see on the left here. We also had someone mention maybe we have the names with the titles. That's kind of in the middle, or the one on the right. What you see today is we've kind of taken them out and kind of made them a little bit bigger and centered so you can kind of see them. So really want to know what the board preference is in terms of the names that we've got listed here. So I don't know if we want to kind of handle each one and kind of talk about it.
I think that would make sense rather than trying to do all of them at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
I mean, my thought is I like how it is today where it's like the names are bigger. I think titles are nice, but it's like they'll be too small and you can't see them from the audience anyway. So I just go with the simple names. And I think it's good that we remove the logo because we have the big logo in the center for the whole dais and it allows more space for the names. So that's what I would say.
Other comments on this?
Sorry, I have a comment.
So I agree. I think it looks better with just the names. If we wanted to have the titles, I think those could be put underneath the names, like on a separate plate, like we used to have for the name plates, just put additional plates on there. But for most of them, it just says member anyway, so I think it's kind of unnecessary. But if for the officers we wanted to include the titles, they could be separate from the names so that the names could remain larger, more visible.
Other comments on this? Okay. I think, oh, yes, Sammy.
I think I like the one in the middle without the logo, but with the title. But yeah, maybe for it to be a little bit more visible, we could have like something else, like Trustee Ed Lopez was saying. But yeah, I think if we have the logo, it might be too repetitive. But I do like that it's more visible. But I do think it should have our title so that everyone in the public is able to know who everyone is.
Mark?
I had more of a question because I do like the current format, but I'm wondering why the background color changed. I like the contrast; it's a little more visible, but I'm just wondering why how that occurred.
To give you something different, we could make whatever color you wanted to make it. So I think last time it was the blue, more blue. But this one we thought it stood out a little, and the contrast was better. So just again, you can decide whether if you want a different color. We can try whatever you want us to do. I think that's the advantage of having this particular format. We can make those changes.
Yes, Ryan.
I mean, titles are nice and everything. I think the issue is we only have limited space. So one thing, and it does matter based on how long your name is too. Like Sammy's name covers the whole screen. Evangelina's is pretty long, but we could easily, for the officers, like add PRES period Jeffrey Brown, and we could add VP Dr. Barbara Dunchief. We could add SEC SEC, and we could add CC Cypress College or FC Fullerton College. Before the names if we wanted to add that. But I think keeping them on one line and kind of maximizing the size on the screen is best. So I'd say that, but there may still be ways to incorporate the titles in front of people's names, especially for, like, we don't need it for the members, but Prez, SEC, and VP. We could add those in front of the three middle names for the trustees. And then for the student trustees, we might be able to put like at least CC for Cypress College or FC for Fullerton College, NOCCCD, stuff like that.
Well, I was also curious. I don't want to spend too much time on this item, but from the vantage point of the audience, I don't know if they can actually see the side nameplates anyway. And I'm hoping that they've seen all of our pictures out in the front in the lobby on the way in anyway. So hopefully they know who everybody is already on here. So thank you.
And I'll say that I think having the logos with the nameplates it's not necessary. We've got the logo right below it. And the advantage of having this all digital is obviously we can easily make changes. I think the thing that, that Mark Lopez picked up on, the greater contrast between the background and the lettering, just makes things more visible. I think there should be some indication of at least the officer titles so that the audience has some idea of who we are and, why am I doing so much talking? Whether that's put as part of the name or as, Ed said, maybe another sign below the name for the officers and for student trustees, where they're from, that could work, or putting it as part of the digital. But I think that there is value in identifying for whoever is watching, at least the people who are something other than just members, but we could put it for members. So that's my 2 cents on that. Yes, Brian.
Can I ask a question too? I know at one point, because I haven't watched the YouTube video yet from our previous meeting, but does it also show the titles like digitally on like a chyron or something, like on the bottom of the names when people are speaking, or is it trying to capture the names in the screen that are down here?
No, it doesn't in terms of the live stream. This is what we have at this point.
Okay. Yeah, I would just say, and Barbara Dunsheath, I see, has a comment after this. I would say that, if you look at these signs, like look at Sammy's name right here. Sammy, you can't see it, but I can see it. But it seems like we could go we can go to the edge to edge. So, I mean, if you could raise that up, you would have room for, Cypress College or Fulton College student trustee or president or whatever. So I guess my comment would be, I wouldn't care if we have the titles, as long as the names are maximized. And so if they can be raised up and you can add a smaller title underneath there, I wouldn't think that would matter. Like right now, I'm looking at Sammy's name. It fills up the screen to the width, but if you raise it up and you could easily put a title on there, that'd be more than fine.
I'd just like to point out the second option kind of illustrates that. There,
Yeah.
Where it's the position title is slightly smaller. I would be hesitant about adding the title to the same line, because then you're going to run into the issue. Right now, all of the sizing is consistent across the board, but now Barbara Dunsheath, if we were to add her title, her name would be very tiny on the same line.
So, sorry, go ahead.
Barbara, you're on.
Yes, okay. So just a couple, I don't have a big preference one way or the other about most of these items. But is there any cost to changing it one way to the other?
Takes about
And then secondly, is there any cost?
It takes about an hour of staff time to change them.
Because it's digital,
Okay,
so
and
it's
that
easy
was
to
my
change.
second question, is how much time would it take for staff? So I'm kind of in favor of what's simplest and least expensive.
Do you want to try for next time that we go ahead and put all of the titles in for next time? And so you can at least take a look at it, and we can see what we can do about moving it up a little bit more. And then give me a thumbs up. This one's one of the easier ones to deal with.
Greater contrast is more legible, just as the general graphic design.
Okay, got it. Yeah, we'll move to the next item. The next one is the sign that's in the back, North Orange County Community College District. This one's, if we make a change, the quote I've got so far to do that second version is about $41,000. So I think we need to think seriously whether we're happy with this or do we want to make a change, because it is the materials. I will plan, if we're interested in looking at the other one, I will try to get a couple of other quotes to see if we can save some of the materials. But of the $41,000, $38,000 of it was for materials. So they didn't think they could reuse the lettering. So just want to give you, that's kind of what the options are at this point.
Comments on this? Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, that's terrible tragedy. I love this room, but the second I came in, I saw that the sign's off-centered when you're looking at wall to wall, which is where the dais is centered on. So at the minimum, I wanted it to be centered on from wall to wall, not between the door and the wall, because that makes the whole thing off-centered compared to the dais, which is centered in the room. So I am definitely in preference of the second option. I don't know how the first sign got put in wrong, but since I think we have to change it anyway for the centering, I would rather it be on two lines, and so I like the second option, and hopefully we can do it as cheap as possible. And the other comment I'd make, which is not a huge deal, but if you look behind us when the door is closed, it's all gray. I would just like to paint the bottom half of that door to match the wall, so it doesn't look like it's a door. It just looks blended in with the whole signage back there and matches the walls. So I would just simply paint that bottom half of the door tan to match the line, and that's it. So,
Barbara?
So I'm opposed to spending the $41,000.
She said that she's opposed to spending $41,000. Other comments on this? Yeah. Yes, Ed?
I kind of like the two lines. It looks better centered, and I noticed that when we were looking at the pictures before of the board, that you couldn't really even see the whole sign. Part of it was chopped off as it was focusing on the trustees on the dais. So I think that problem would be eliminated by putting it in two lines and centering it like this.
I guess I don't see it as being particularly unbalanced. I suspect it, in one line, it's probably centered between the wall at the beginning and the edge of the door on the other, rather than the far wall, which I think, visually can make some sense. But I think, also just changing that single line, making it a little more centered between the walls is probably going to be just as expensive as putting it on two lines, because you're having, all the materials have to do with what that whole background is and everything. And so, recenter it or put it on two lines or put it on a curve, it's all going to be the same kind of cost. And I think $41,000 is not at all justified for whatever minimal benefit there might be on that.
And as for this centering on the screen, if we get to the next item in terms of moving this particular camera here, maybe that might fix some of the issues.
Okay. So I think you're not going to get unanimity on that question, but you have some input.
Okay. Next thing we're going to do, if this works, that didn't appear to work. Trying to show you what it looks like. There's an operator error. I can't get it to work. Anyway, when he's going to come make it work for me. But essentially is when we are focusing in on the speakers. And we had an example from the last YouTube video that was live streamed. Where do we want to focus? Do we want to try to focus in on the speaker area, or do we want to kind of show the whole dais at that particular point in time? There is a lag when we're trying to shift it between people. So go back one, and then we're trying to get it to go there. Well, not just me, maybe. I see something going up there on the top, shaking. All right, just play.
Every great journey begins with a vision. And that
This is what it would look like if we're kind of focused in on the area.
More.
You can stop that one.
Student-centered future in our district.
We don't want to play the whole hour and a half, but
We couldn't see any of that, so we heard the audio, but we didn't see anything, yeah.
oh, okay. I'm still looking at a nice picture of Byron up here on my screen.
Yeah, saying it begins with visual and then not having the visual is kind of, not so great.
Well, I thought I was looking at this screen. I can't see this one back here.
Hold on 1 second. I'll come back to it.
Okay, let's skip this part for a minute, and we're going to go to the next piece. Oh. Well, this is moving the camera from here to kind of moving it right under here and shooting this way. So the current view is kind of a little bit off center. I think we would probably like to move this right underneath this thing to kind of shoot here, as well as lowering the two cameras a little bit lower. So that's kind of one of the things. That one's not quite, it's not very expensive to make those moves, but I think we would get a better visual in terms of getting the whole sign in the background. So I would certainly recommend that we do that piece.
I think the only concern I remember from moving it over and putting it lower is making sure there is enough headroom clearance, and we were assured that that would not be a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just under, yeah.
Yeah.
That was kind of the recommendation, so we would like to do that piece.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on that? Anyone think that's not a good idea? And that does, as you say, do a better job of getting the one-line whole district name there if it stays that way.
Yeah, I just had a comment on that. I am in favor of the centering that camera, but I was curious, why do we have to lower the other two?
Just to kind of have it the same.
Same height?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other comments on that one?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Fine with that.
The next one is really about the board conference room. And here you kind of see using AI to kind of pull what it would look like if we were to use student art inside. If you remember, we had some old plaques that we had on the old boardroom, but when we painted, we took those down because they were outdated. But this is potentially one recommendation, is that we put student art or anything else that the board is interested in doing. We also have a credenza in there that we would probably recommend that we would put in. I'm still trying to find one that has the refrigerator in it, but the last one I got the quote on was kind of expensive, so we're looking at maybe some other alternative. Kind of another thought is that I did go to a recent opening of another building, and I did see where they kind of had the wraps on the sides of the walls. I don't know if you want, and this is just what was on their wall, we could do something different. As you could probably tell, I'm not the most artistic, and one that would be the one that you would hire for a fashion designer, but we could do different things. So I'm just kind of looking for some input you want us to bring. I personally like it with the blank walls, but if there's something that you want us to investigate and take a look at, these were two options that we were thinking about. Either kind of using student art like we did on the 10th floor, or putting something on the walls.
Ryan.
I mean, on this, I'm personally open to any ideas, Fred, because to me, it's like the board just uses it for our closed session meetings, but my understanding is the district and NOC uses it kind of regularly. So as far as I'm concerned, this could go, I think this could go to like a committee. I don't care. I don't think the board needs to make the decision because we're just guests, two times a month and in that room. And I don't really think it's that crucial I don't care what it looks like. It looks great to me. But if we need that credenza, if we need art, that's fantastic. And I'm all for that. But to me, it's kind of more up to whoever is going to be using it mostly, which I think is more the campus.
We can handle that, so. And then the other piece was in the lobby that this was just something I took a picture over at Cypress College. I kind of liked what they had over in terms of reflecting our students, and certainly we wouldn't just use Cypress students, but it's something similar to this where we could put something within the lobby if we were interested. It currently has a boardroom. We could move that closer to the door. So I don't know if there's an interest. Speaking to the mic. So this was just one example of something that we can do in the lobby if we were so interested.
Yes, Ryan.
Sorry, I don't need to go first every time, but thank you. As far as the lobby goes, but also, I don't know what we can do in this boardroom. One of the ideas we talked about was to try to incorporate some branding, for the district and all three campuses in this boardroom. And I don't know if it just got pushed to a secondary project, but I would love to see some branding in our lobby and even in this room if we can do it. That kind of introduces some pictures and things like this that represent all of our campuses and our district. Because to me the room looks great, but it's kind of plain, and it does have the district name up here. But I'd love to see some Cypress College and Fullerton College and NOCCE stuff on the walls somewhere if we can, or I guess the lobby. But so I'm totally open to this idea. I think anytime we can have a chance to brand our campuses here, because this is kind of everybody's home for the boardroom, then I would encourage us to try to find ways to do that.
Question? Mark.
Yeah, I think along the same theme as Dr. Bent mentioned for the closed session room, we just have, if a committee wants to, I mean, this is for the district, so there should be some input, I think, from the staff, the students who are here on a regular basis. So I don't have a preference on any of that at all myself, but I think it is a great opportunity to showcase the district and what's happening here. So that's my only thought on that.
Yes, my thought is, these last couple of things, the board conference room and the lobby, not really something that we need to get that involved in. I think, Ryan's comments about, showcasing branding makes sense. It's personally, I care about it so little that I would just say, don't spend a whole lot of money, on something that isn't really going to be useful.
Going back to the views when the dais is speaking, it didn't appear to work as we intended, but do you want to focus in on just the side that's speaking, or do we want to kind of keep the the broad view of the dais all the time. And one of the reasons to stay with kind of the broad view is that there's a lag. And so it does kind of cut out on the live stream. So did it work?
Barbara, you want to talk? You're muted.
I don't think I am muted.
There. Now you're not.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you now.
Okay, thanks. I don't have a major preference. I like opportunities to highlight our students. So student art in the boardroom would be nice. I really want to keep it, zero cost as much as possible. And regarding whether to focus in on one side or the other, again, I don't have a major preference. I think it's maybe a little better to look at the whole board because the whole board is always participating.
So I think they got it to work. We had to show Byron's picture up there, so.
And her team at NOCCCD for their continued leadership in this space. And I offer special recognition to Julie Schimpf for her tireless efforts in advancing this work and coordinating efforts.
That's probably enough. Yeah, that's enough. But that's kind of the other view where we kind of focus in on the sides. So we kind of need to know for staff so we can get up to speed on how we're going to transition if we're going to do that versus just looking at the whole dais. So why don't we try the dais for right now and see what it looks like?
Are you playing another clip?
No, that was
okay. Yeah,
we didn't find anywhere where we had the whole, but it would look like the whole dais, and especially if it's centered.
Yeah, so if you did the whole dais, I guess the question is, do you even need those other two cameras? It would just be the one camera all the time, right, is what you're saying? Because isn't that camera pointing to them, and that camera's pointing to us, and the center one's pointing to the center? Yeah, I mean, we kind of discussed this when we were doing our subcommittee meetings preparing for the boardroom. And one of the things that we discussed, and first of all, I want to say I definitely think we need those individual views. If it's a third, I think that's fine. But I think we need that because some of our past videos where we had just the whole dais, like we're all little ants on the screen when you're at home watching it on your computer and you can't really see anybody at all. I mean, everybody's very small. Like that view of, even though I was in the shot and all of us in the shot, but that view of Dr. Breland, it's like at least we could see him speaking and giving his presentation from here. And he's still not very large on the screen. So I think that is my preference. What we discussed in the subcommittee meetings was that there's also the technology with these microphones, with these cameras, and we haven't implemented it yet, but I think we should, where it actually can follow the speakers along and automatically change the shot position without somebody having to do it in the back control room. And I think that's something that we should definitely look into and do. And I think we should definitely do the shots where it's like a third. So we have some sort of, it's not even a close-up, but some sort of closer version of what people are talking about or of people when they're talking. So that's what I would say.
Yeah, we're looking at that right now. We're working on the camera following where the microphone is going to be. I think for the main camera where we have a lot of interaction between the board members and the person at the podium, it's hard to switch between different cameras. So that's why the idea was saying that we would have just one center and then anybody on the board could speak. And then we would have a camera on the podium so when they're speaking that they could speak. And then the side cameras are for when we're doing individual comments, we can actually zoom in on the individual person so people don't look like ants and they actually have their whole face on the camera. And then that's what the side cameras are for.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to micromanage how people switch cameras and stuff like that, but I'm saying when with the majority of the president speaking, I think it should just be zoomed in on those three in the middle. I don't think we should all be on the frame for everything that the president says. But I do understand that there's times where it might be easier to switch and not easier to switch depending on the conversation. So I guess I'd leave that up to you, but I think I'd prefer to at least have that option to be able to zoom in a little bit more on just like the section of the dais that's kind of speaking at the moment, and that would be my preference.
Ed.
Yeah, I agree with what Trustee Benta said, and I do think when the committee was looking at this, that is what we were talking about as well. That was kind of my understanding of what we would have. Also, I would just note in that clip that we were looking at with Chancellor Breland, you couldn't read his name on the nameplate, so I just got to come back to that. It's just an example of that problem. So it's better to have it as we have it here and not have the titles underneath, or attach the titles on some separate nameplate, I think.
I guess the concern that I have, you're saying that if we're trying to follow the speakers with the cameras, there's a delay. That's a concern for me if there's not a way to eliminate that. And also the general idea of, having the camera follow the microphone, whatever. I'm just, wondering, is there a cost for doing that? Is it just changing one parameter in the software, or is it something more significant? And is it worth doing that if it does become a significant change?
It's not a big cost. I think it's just more time and just us programming what we have right now. I mean, every time that we do have a board meeting, we're getting a little bit better because everything is new. So this is one of the new things that will help us get better.
Okay. Yes,
I wanted to add one other thing. I do agree with Dr. Bent and Ed Lopez regarding kind of more of a zoomed in. I think that's something we can probably explore more in the future, just because I know Zoom, Google Meets, they can center in on who the speaker is based on the microphone. So once the technology gets there, that might be a little more workable. But for extended speeches, announcements that any one of us are making, I suppose, could be more zoomed in. But overall, I think I'm looking at the camera right now. It looks okay. I think it looks decent right now. So, but for the announcements, I think that zoomed in that we saw was satisfactory. Thank you.
Other comments on that? Okay. You have other items?
Did you mention the black screen? I just want to point out to the board, it was brought to our attention from the last live stream that anytime the camera angle panned, it wasn't just delayed, it was a black screen that was on the live stream for about 5 seconds. So every single camera angle had a black screen in between. I think that was one of the primary concerns that was raised.
Yeah, that's one of the drawbacks when we're switching from camera to camera. There's this like about 2-3 second delay. And so that's why we try to minimize the zooming in and switching the cameras. That's why the idea of it being centered on the whole dais so that we could minimize those black screens.
I've never seen that at any other meetings. I mean, a lot of school boards and city councils have that kind of shifting and don't have that black screen. Why is that? Why do we have that problem?
That's a manufacturer problem right now that we're talking with. So we're looking to reduce that lag right now. So we're working with them as we speak.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I would just add. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this when we were doing our planning, and it was not. Our understanding is the people we're working with, it's not their first rodeo, so that should have been known that was a problem because that was never indicated to us. If it's just because it's a manufacturer thing, it's a new equipment that you haven't used before. I understand that, but hopefully we can get that resolved because that doesn't happen at city council meetings and school board meetings that I watch. So,
yeah,
and we have better technology supposedly. So,
yeah, and obviously, if we keep having a 5-second black screen when people watching the the video, somebody is speaking, they have no idea what's going on then, and so that doesn't sound like a good thing to to put up with, basically. So, okay, other.
Is there anything else you wanted to give direction on so we can kind of get started?
Anything else? Okay, I think we gave you some direction. Oh, yes.
sorry, I'm sorry. Do you want? Okay. And I don't want to beat the dead horse on the sign, but we have to live with this for 25 years. So my understanding with this sign, unfortunately, it was like a one and done. So once they put these letters down, there's like a backing side of it, and then there's a front side. It's one and done, and then it ruins the wall. So I guess the letters can't be reused, like the background can't be reused. But I don't really know what to believe because that's what I'm being told, but I don't know what it would look like if we took it down and repositioned it in 2 lines and kept that wall and reuse these letters. I don't know if any of that's possible, but to me it's kind of crazy that it costs so much. I would love to have a cheaper option. I don't want to beat this to a dead horse here, but I am concerned about. I'm still concerned. I don't know who. I don't want to point any fingers, but somebody made it off-centered, and it wasn't approved by the board. It wasn't approved by. We never had a rendering of it being off-centered, so it's frustrating. I would like it to be repaired at some point, and I know a $40,000 cost isn't going to be something that anybody advocates for. But I would like it to be centered. I would love to understand if any of these letters can be reused, if the backing can be reused, and I'd love to see if there's a cheaper quote. That's all I'm going to say. So,
Ed.
Well, and on the cost point, I mean, how much did we spend on the boardroom renovation?
Just under $3 million.
So what we're talking about is like a rounding error practically, so, and it's part of that, part of that cost, so I don't attach too much significance to that. I appreciate the concern of my colleagues about the cost, but, you know, it's kind of a little late to be talking about the cost of the renovation. We've already spent $3 million. Thank you.
And I understand your comment, but also $41,000 is still $41,000 that if it's being used to move that sign, it's not being used for something else. Okay, I think, oh, yes, Dr. Breland.
Just one question about the YouTube live stream. So if somebody is speaking, is it possible to display their name on the screen as they speak, if it's somebody on the dais?
So we're looking at some software right now that could possibly do that. That's the next phase of the boardroom.
Okay, yeah, I was just thinking because since the name tags wouldn't be visible because of the angle, then you can put the title and the name if somebody's speaking. And obviously, you're looking at the issue where it blacks out as well. So a couple of things to problem solve there. And then the other issue I wanted to bring up with the board was, given the direction that you all have provided on these items, there's still some other considerations. Will there be a subcommittee that we could come back to, or does the board wish for us to come back with the options at a later date? In a couple of months, once things are more clear about certain decisions, like, for instance, cost with moving the lettering, for instance, if we can get it lower, or in fact, if it doesn't require as much effort as already has been reported to us to make the change, just as an example, or other options with cameras or other things as they evolve. Do we want a subcommittee, or do we want to bring it back to the board as an item?
Yeah, I would say probably doesn't need a subcommittee. I mean, the changing the sign in the back seemed like probably the only thing that had a potentially major cost to it, and that some of the other changes you're experimenting with, how you're going to be changing things, moving the cameras is a minor, minor amount of work, and it sounded like there was no opposition to that, and you're going to be seeing what you can do as far as the other problems or the other changes. So maybe it sounded like you might be able to get a lower cost option, or at least explore a lower cost option for the sign in the back. That might be something, worth coming back when we have more information on that. But to me, it doesn't seem like a subcommittee is necessary to rehash what we've just talked about in general. Does that seem reasonable to people? Ryan?
I'm totally open either way. Yeah, I would think that we would have minor things where you could just come to the board in a regular meeting and we could talk about like we're talking tonight. I don't think it's going to get any more in-depth or detailed than it is tonight. But I want to just mention real quick, because you said we're looking into putting the names on the screen digitally, but that was something the subcommittee requested, and we talked about that. And so it's like, to me, I know maybe it didn't fit the budget, or I don't know why it didn't make it, but we definitely requested that. So we are out of the understanding that it was going to be something we could have the names digitally on there, where it didn't even need to capture these signs when people were speaking on camera. So I don't know how that dropped off or how it didn't already get figured out, but I'm glad we're looking into it because that was something that I thought was going to be here immediately when we were on camera. It should have Dr. Breland's name right underneath it without the camera capturing a sign right here. So I'll just say that and leave it there. Thank you.
All right. Anything else? I think that does it. Okay. Thank you very much. This is informative. Hopefully you got some information to work with. And we found there are some things that are still in progress. So, okay, thank you. Okay, agenda item 7B, recommend the board adopt resolution 25/2609, resolution of gratitude and appreciation to the Anaheim Union High School District. I will read the resolution so people know what we're talking about. and then we can have a motion for approval and any discussion about it. Okay, Resolution 25/2609, Resolution of Gratitude and Appreciation to the Anaheim Union High School District. Whereas the North Orange County Community College District Board of Trustees recognizes with deep gratitude the Anaheim Union High School District Board of Trustees for their generosity in permitting NOCCCD to use the AUHSD boardroom during the renovation of the NOCCCD boardroom. And whereas the support and cooperation of the AUHSD Board of Trustees ensured that the governing work of NOCCCD could continue without interruption, thereby sustaining the mission of serving students and the community. And whereas the leadership and commitment of Superintendent Michael Matsuda provided a spirit of collaboration and partnership that reflects the shared values of public education across our two districts. And whereas Assistant Superintendent Dr. Nancy Nian and District and Community Use Manager Van Chu were instrumental in coordinating the use of the AUHSD facilities over the 19-month period from January 23rd, 2024 through July 22nd, 2025, ensuring a welcoming and professional environment for all board meetings. Now therefore be it resolved that the North Orange County Community College District Board of Trustees extends its heartfelt appreciation to the Anaheim Union High School District Board of Trustees, Superintendent Michael Matsuda, and AUHSD staff for their generosity and collegial partnership, and be it further resolved that this resolution be entered into the permanent records of the district as an expression of profound thanks and enduring appreciation. Do we have a motion to approve this? Okay.
Second.
Trustee Blount and second Trustee Bent. Do we have any discussion? Yes, Ryan.
Yes, I thanked the Anaheim Union High School District several times when we were over at their boardroom, but I just want to thank them one more time because they really helped us out. We had a bit of a subcommittee, I think, to help find a temporary boardroom, and they offered theirs at an impossible to refuse price. And it's very, the closest possible boardroom from ours. So they were extremely generous to our district, and just want to express our deepest appreciation to them. And it's all set here, and President Brown just read it. But I just wanted to say thank you very much to the Board of Trustees and Superintendent, everybody involved that helped us with the technology and the IT and all the things of that boardroom. And also, I think we went beyond the time we originally said we would be there, and they had no issue with that. So they were just unbelievable partners, and obviously we're working with them on a daily basis with shared students and students that we get from them, and contracts and agreements with them. But it was so nice for them to let us use that boardroom, and I just want to say we're all very appreciative, and anybody else can make their comments. Thank you.
Any other comments on this? Ed.
So, yeah, I mean, they were great. They did us a great favor. They were very easy to work with. They were very accommodating and helped us through this process, and we owe them a big thanks. I think it's an excellent resolution, and so I support it wholeheartedly.
Anything else? Roll call, please, Alba.
Student trustees?
Aye.
Aye.
Trustee Bent?
Aye.
Trustee Blount?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Dunshee?
Yes.
Trustee Ed Lopez?
Aye.
And Trustee Mark Lopez.
Aye.
Okay. Resolution passes unanimously, and the Chancellor and I will be taking a nice, pretty copy to one of the upcoming AUHSD Board of Trustees meetings and presenting it to them in person. All right. Agenda item 7C, recommended the board adopt resolution 25/2608, reaffirming support for students and privacy of student records, reaffirming the North Orange County Community College District's full support for all students. This was a resolution that we talked about before. There were some comments for changes that were suggested, and the language we have now is incorporating those changes and suggestions as far as Alva was able to determine. Okay, this is a little bit long, but again, I should probably read it so that people know what we're talking about, and then we can have discussion, okay? Okay, Resolution 25/2608, reaffirming support for students and privacy of student records. Whereas California community colleges, founded with the goal of fostering excellence and guaranteeing educational access for all, enrolled up to 70,000 undocumented students in 2022-23, who accounted for up to 5% of total enrollment that year. And whereas the North Orange County Community College District, the district, is committed to serving all students who can benefit from a post-secondary education without regard to race, ethnicity, religion, national origin, immigration status, age, gender, language, socioeconomic status, gender identity or expression, medical condition, or disability. And whereas California's diversity is a great source of innovation and industry, making California one of the largest economies in the world and an economic engine for the United States. And whereas undocumented workers generate nearly 5% of California's gross domestic product based on wage contributions alone, contribute over $23 billion in annual local, state, and federal taxes, and account for a significant share of the workforce in critical industries, including agriculture, construction, and hospitality, according to a 2025 report of the Bay Area Council Economic Institute and the University of California, Merced. And whereas recent federal immigration raids within the community served by the district have impacted the well-being of our faculty, staff, students, and their families, resulting in lower student attendance, educational attainment, funding, and morale. And whereas the Attorney General of California has declared that under the California Constitution, all students, regardless of immigration status, have a right to privacy and the inalienable right to attend campuses which are safe, secure, and peaceful. And the state Supreme Court has affirmed that an immigrant student's right to an equal educational opportunity is a vitally important right in our society. And whereas the district seeks to reassure students and our community that our campuses will remain welcoming places for students of all backgrounds to learn, that no changes have been made with regard to admissions or financial aid, and that financial aid for certain undocumented students is protected by state law. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the district declares that its campuses shall remain open and welcoming to all students who meet the minimum requirements for admission, regardless of immigration status, and that financial aid remains available to certain undocumented students. And be it further resolved that the district will not enter into any agreements with law enforcement agencies to assist in the enforcement of federal immigration law. And be it further resolved that in accordance with board policy, the district will not release any personally identifiable student information related to immigration status without a judicial warrant, subpoena, or court order unless authorized by the student or required by law. And be it further resolved that the district urges enactment of the DREAM Act, a federal bill that would provide a pathway to citizenship for Dreamers, eligible undocumented immigrants who are brought to the U.S. as children, and in the meantime, full restoration of the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program, because California and the United States are both stronger due to their aforementioned contributions to our economy and to our communities. And be it further resolved that the district will join the California Community Colleges Board of Governors and the Chancellor's Office to vigorously advocate to protect our students and our values utilizing all lawful means. Right, do we have a motion for approval of this?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Mark Lopez, second. Anybody?
Second.
Second by Trustee Ed Lopez. Do we have discussion on this?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just start because I had agendized this item a couple of months ago and took some of the feedback from my colleagues at the last meeting. So I just want to thank Dr. Bent, Trustee Ed Lopez for your feedback at the previous board meeting, for some edits, some clarification on the language of the resolution. So I did incorporate some of that. I want to thank Alba and Ed Lopez for helping to kind of memorialize those changes in the item as it appears today. It generally reflects some updated enrollment numbers, just impact to our educational programs, and guidance from the State Attorney General, as was mentioned in the language read by the President. I think it's especially significant now in light of the Supreme Court decision yesterday, which stayed the TRO from the District Court, the temporary restraining order, which had prohibited federal agents from detaining individuals for things such as their presence at a particular location, such as bus stops, car washes, day labor pickup sites, agricultural sites, the type of work one does, or speaking Spanish or speaking English with an accent, and their apparent race or ethnicity. So I think that that is, of course, in the resolution, it is resolved that it's within all of our lawful legal means that we have at our disposal here. I think it's important to communicate that with our students, all of our stakeholders, just because it is top of mind. It is the elephant in the room, I think, for a lot of our students, our staff, and their families. So I think it's important just to offer that source of both reassurance and also what we can and cannot do as a district, because I'm confident that we are going to continue to hear concerns from the community, and it's helpful, I think, to have something that we can refer back to as information to help support and guide our mission as a district with our stakeholders. So thank you.
Other comments? Ryan.
Okay, so thank you for incorporating the feedback, Mark Lopez. Appreciate that. This resolution happened in 2017, and I fought hard against it. It had false information. The information in this one is better. We've improved it, but we've had this resolution in place since 2017. I was the only vote against it, and some of my same concerns still exist today. To me, I mean, clearly, the local law enforcement agencies, they don't care at all about this resolution. I spoke with them last time, and to me, it's kind of anti-law enforcement in tone and spirit because, you know, we do take an oath to the Constitution of the United States. That should include supporting federal law enforcement. Obviously, we're not going to, you know, some of this I can half agree with. We're not going to necessarily engage in agreements with federal law enforcement or anything like that. They can get a subpoena. They can get an order if they need to. And there's been no raids on community colleges. So to me, sometimes you have a resolution like this, it's kind of fear-mongering. But my biggest concern, there's a couple concerns I have. First of all, let's just talk about the fact that under President Obama, 2.75 million people were deported. Then under President Trump, the first time, 1.5 million were deported. Under Biden, 1.5 million were deported. And now we have Trump again. Of course, under Biden, we also had about 14 million, possibly up to 14 million, come across our border illegally because it was just wide open. But he did deport 1.5 million. So my question is, why do we only pass these resolutions when President Trump's in office? It's amazing to me because we have people that have deported people more, but since they're Democrats, that's not even considered, that nobody's afraid apparently, you know, but they were just as bigger risk under Obama or bigger risk under Obama and Biden. But we're going to be passing a resolution like this in 2017 and 2025 just when Trump's in office. That really looks very partisan to me. And it really is. But I do understand there is real fear out there, Mark. I think that's why you brought it up. You're hearing from the community that there's fear, and I do believe that our task is to educate everybody in this country and to alleviate these kind of fears. One of the concerns I have about this resolution as well is you look at the last paragraph in red, and it's now saying that we're going to support the DREAM Act, we're going to support DACA, all these different things. We just had a board retreat where we were advised to stay out of these big federal partisan issues, and here we are doubling down on a partisan issue, and we're basically also saying that we are going to support efforts by any means necessary, including funding lawyers to go after the federal government should we need to. And I don't think that's our place or where local funds should be placed. Lastly, I'll say a concern that I had last time as well, and this is a concern for every one of our instructors, every one of our faculty, staff, administrators, and our district as a whole. Like I said, we take an oath to the Constitution. To me, that includes supporting federal law. We have federal law section 8 USC Code 1324, which clearly talks about knowingly assisting illegal immigrants staying in the country and harboring them. And basically, it carries up to, under Title 18, you can be imprisoned not more than 10 years or fined. And basically that applies to every individual that knowingly shelters somebody or encourages them to stay or knows their status. And you could be fined and you could be imprisoned. And it also applies to organizations as well. So to me, this sets a dangerous precedent. I appreciate the fact that I think it is better than the last one we did, and your data is better as well. But also the tone of this, and I understand why, but the tone of this is talking about all the benefits of illegal immigrants in our communities, in our state, and in our country. It's saying that they contribute $23 billion in annual local, state, and federal taxes, and 5% of our gross domestic product. But the sad part is, if you talk about the costs, it's actually a net cost of $30 billion. I think it's $31 billion a year to California alone is how much we pay. So there's not a net benefit, it's a net cost. And I'm not saying, obviously we have great contributions from our immigrants from around the world, but we're talking about people that came here illegally or they overstayed their visas or whatever. So when you talk about a net cost of $31 billion, that's the truth. And then you can consider that, hey, the community college budget for all of the state of California is $21.2 billion. Wow, that's amazing. So basically, we could have doubled all of our budgets for all of our community colleges across the state of California if we did not have illegal immigrants in our country. So anyway, those are my points. I'm not going to be supportive of this, same as last time, but I also don't need to talk about an hour because that's enough reason not to support it. Thank you.
Any other comments on this? Yes, Sammy.
Yes, I'd just like to provide a little bit of perspective from a student, and very recently too. So I work at the International Student Center at Fullerton, and today actually I had someone come in who had heard about the Supreme Court decision yesterday, and then also about all the news that there's possibly going to be increased ICE raids and more immigration enforcement activity, especially with the new bill that was passed for increased resources for them. And so we can probably expect that to happen. And so they asked, well, what if they come like on campus and what do we do? Like, what is it? And they're an international student, which means they're here legally on a student visa. And they have those worries and they know that those things are going to happen. And so I think when we have a federal administration that's currently pushing that kind of communication to the public and using like social media and things like that, and that spreads fear, in my opinion. I think we do have that fear with students, even who are here legally on visas, or and that's just someone who's here legally on visas. And we know that we have undocumented students and other students as well with other statuses or mixed status families. So of course they're going to be fearful, and so I think it's important that even though, I know Trustee Bent, you mentioned that local law enforcement might not care about our resolution, I think it's important that we think about our students and our stakeholders, and I think they do care that, the district and our campuses, we do have some kind of statement out there, just kind of supporting them and kind of knowing that we're kind of like going to be able to try our best to provide a safe environment for them to continue their education or their job or their work or whatever it is. And so I just want to provide that bit of a perspective, and I do support this resolution, and I am grateful that that we're taking the time to do the research. And so thank you, Trustee Mark Lopez, for looking into this and for updating the information. I think it's great that we have the updated data as well. But yeah, I think it's really important, and it's great timing as well. But yeah, those are my comments. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, no other comments, so the motion is to approve this resolution. Alba, roll call, please.
Student trustees?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Trustee Bent?
No.
Trustee Blount?
Yeah, aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Dungy?
Yes.
Trustee Ed Lopez?
Aye.
And Trustee Mark Lopez?
Aye.
Okay, the resolution passes. Christine, was that a yes or no?
No.
That was a no. Okay, so resolution passes with no votes from the advisory vote of NOCCCD student trustee Christine Nassau and trustee Ryan Bent. All right. Agenda item 7D, recommended the board receive as information item changes administrative procedures in Chapter 3. There were 2 APs, very minor changes. Do we have any comments on these? Okay, we'll consider them as being received. All right, 7E. Update on the cat colony situation at Cypress College. I have several yellow cards from from members of the public who wish to speak on this, and we'll have that in a moment, but I know that the staff also has information on this, and I think it would be useful to hear what they have to say because it may answer some of the questions that the public has. Okay, so Dr. Breland.
Thank you, Board President Brown. So I'm going to ask President Thayer to approach the podium along with, I don't know if you can be joined by anybody or, okay, you'll set it up. But in essence, thank you again, Board President Brown and Board of Trustees. I wanted to bring this item forward at the request of the board to give a full and complete update on the cat issue at Cypress College. Much has been said about it, written about it, and there's a lot of activity on social media as well. And so I'm thankful that the staff was able to gather enough information to present to the board this evening, to have any discussion and clarification on things that have been happening in Cypress College regarding the colony of cats that have been around, from my understanding, for more than a decade. And with us this evening, I'm going to turn it back over to President Thayer, who's joined by his team, as well as some community folks who will be presenting as well to talk about their experience with managing the cat colony over the years. So with that, President Thayer.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, Chancellor Breland, members of the campuses and community. Just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to come before you and share some facts and information about what's happening at Cypress College, specifically in regards to the cat colonies. I know that's been a topic that you may have seen in a lot of spaces, and we have heard a lot of comments. So I wanted to make sure we had a chance to really dig into the question about what is truly happening. And I will start by saying I have not directed anyone at Cypress College to harm, kill cats. That's a narrative that's being put out there, and I just want to state that if that were happening, we would definitely be looking at that, and there's accountability for those types of actions. So up front, I just want to state that because the things that are happening, I'll go over and I'll share and really kind of dig into what we're doing. I had sent out an email to the campus community because of this information that was being disseminated. I felt it was important that our employees and our students knew what we have been doing at Cypress College. So I sent that out, and because of that message, we started to hear that potentially there's some activity with the social media crowd, so we put the information out to social media. And so with that, I'd just like to share some information and some clarification about what is happening at Cypress. We have, I really want to just go over a few areas to discuss tonight. And really it's just dispelling the allegation to say, okay, what are we doing? What are we actually doing at the college? Also, looking at history and timeline, as Chancellor Breland mentioned, this topic has been happening for decades, right? We know that we've had cats on campus. We've been dealing with the cat population, as well as with the community and whoever else has engaged us. We've had a program on campus, Trap, Neuter, and Adopt. We know that's been effective, We've seen some positive results from that type of a program. I want to talk about also the current situation, what we're dealing with, where we are, and then and looking forward. How can we look forward with a positive solution to address this information as it's come forward? So these are the things that we were looking at and we've been committed to. So as we talk about the history, I mentioned, multiple years happening over time at Cypress. This, as you can see for the board, is some information we were able to gather regarding the colonies at Cypress. Since January, you can see this timeline starts in January. That's when our director of campus safety started, and that would be Mr. Craig Lee. And he's been the one who's really kind of spearheaded the CAT population programs and been the point of contact at Cypress College. Prior to his arrival, that conversation was being had with the previous vice presidents of administration. So it's not something the campus has ignored. It's not something that we haven't taken seriously. And so just looking into what we've seen and what we discovered over this period of time, we just wanted to state the information. And on this slide, you can see there have been some dead cats that have been found on campus. That is true. That's a statement that I mentioned in my response to the community as well as to the campus. And so this kind of details what's been documented at the college and what we've learned through the process. So, I won't go through each detail, but I did want to show you from January of 23 to, the last incident that's been reported that we were made aware of a dead cat on campus was November of last year. So this is not something that we have seen currently recently, but there's been ongoing dialogue about the population of cats on campus. And there's been a lot of people chiming in on that. And so what's been happening, what's been going on? So my understanding, we've had 2 cat-related investigations that have taken place in the past few years. As you can see, there was one through district risk management. So the issue was brought up, it was looked into, there were no findings. The other was through the Orange County Animal Care. So they looked at it, they resolved that there is no issue or no findings that they were able to conclude. The campus activity reports. We've had over 11 reports of incidents related to cats and engagement around the cat topic. So my direction has been to our campus safety team, if these things come in, that they follow up, they make sure there's a report taken, and if there's an issue that an allegation of something needs to be elevated, Cypress PD has been a partner that we've worked with. So anytime there's an incident that is something that someone says is illegal, our campus safety will work closely with Cypress PD to come out, take a report, determine if that is truly the case. And so we've tried to partner. We have partnered with different community groups, right? It's been on and off, but it has been happening. It's happened throughout the time I've been here at Cypress since January of 2024. As you can see, there's been comments that we haven't partnered or worked with different areas. This is just an example of a hospital locally that we've worked with. Now, the reason I know this is because through the director of campus safety, who's been running the program, he actually has adopted a cat as well. So we know that this works, and we know that it's been effective. So additionally, this is an email that was shared from a faculty member at Cypress College who adopted a cat through the different program that Craig Lee had established and worked through. So these types of things we take serious. We're not here to harm animals. We're not here to harm anyone. We have numerous animals on campus. We have cats, we have ducks, we have geese, we have others. That was also shared in my FAQ because I just wanted the campus and the community to know that we are looking into all the things that are happening, and we just are trying to make sure that things are going as they should. This is just some information that the trap, neuter, release. You hear this TNR, which is a program that a lot of folks will recommend. And in different counties, it's something that is well documented that is done. What we found out in Orange County, it's no longer a trap, neuter, release, but you can do trap, neuter, adopt. And so These are just, there's some information, there was an article from March, I believe, of this year, just stating that Orange County, you cannot do the TNR program. You have to figure out other ways to address your cat populations. And so, you know, we've made sure that we're looking into how do we do that. The other thing is the accusation specifically that's been stated was Cypress College is killing cats. My statement specifically addressed a response to that we have never, or I have not seen a report that has substantiated that claim regarding our cat situation. Now the topic has moved. Now people are saying that we're doing all these other things. But the response and the FAQ is directly related to this statement that people are using as a reference point in order to say that the people at Cypress College don't care about cats. And I could say to the contrary, you know, our folks are dedicated, committed, they work hard, they're committed to serving students, you know, having an environment that's safe for everyone who enters our campus. So, you know, people have been saying different things about that on social media, and I just want to make sure we're clarifying what the response was, why we responded, and this is the current situation. So what are we going to do? We're looking at moving forward. We're saying, what have we done? We've had programs in place, trap, neuter, adopt. It seemed to work, seemed to be effective, so we're looking at revisiting that, reviewing those programs' goals to make sure we can continue to do that. We're reviewing our prior allegations, hence the history and the timeline was what's occurred, what do we know, what can we do about it, and how do we support to make sure we humanely treat and deal with the situations that are coming forward. Directives to staff, like I mentioned, I have not given a directive to any of our staff to harm, hurt, or kill animals, cats, etc. on campus. I just want to be clear on that because that narrative is going on social media and there's impacts when people make claims that are not true and people believe them. So I think from the employee perspective, we have employees that are doing really good work to try to support the campus. Not every time these situations are perfect. I'll admit that. We've had, passionate people, and sometimes your passions create, decisions that you probably wouldn't want to have looked at in the future, but we know it happens. And so it leads me to a video that's out there. It's a video of a bowl being broken. And people are trying to correlate that video to killing of cats. Is the video out there? Yes, it is. We are looking into it, just like everything else. And so, we will make sure that's addressed. And but that doesn't mean that our folks are doing these horrible things that are being alleged. So I would also like to ask that, there's two other incidents, as you can see here, there's these allegations of alleged attacks that are also circulating and alleged incidents. So I have asked Captain Chris Revere from Cypress Police Department, who's here this evening, if he could come up and share, what we've been doing with Cypress PD in response to these allegations that we have had on campus. So we wanted to make sure, if this is happening, let's bring the police. So Captain Revere, please, I give the mic to you.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for having me here. Part of my expertise with cats, if you want to call it that, is I am the roommate with two adopted cats, so I don't know if that gives me any credibility on the matter or not. But to Dr. Thayer's point, the Cypress Police Department obviously taking the allegations of animal abuse seriously. We've looked into these matters several times, and we haven't been able to find any information that leads us to conclude that there's any substance to them. That doesn't mean that it's not happening conclusively for us because we have to be an independent party investigating allegations of crime. So if anybody has information that might change that perspective in the future, we're certainly open to listening to that and investigating further. But we've got good partners at Cypress College. We've been happy with the response and their assistance with us. And I'd like to thank Dr. Thayer and the board for having us here. I'm happy to answer any questions or help out as we can.
Thank you. So we just wanted to make sure we have a great partnership with our city police department. They are informed, we keep them informed, and if there's anything that's happening, we want it to be looked into. So we're not trying to hide any situation. So the question then is, what do we do next, moving forward? You know, I had a really good meeting with our student leaders the other day, and we talked about what's happening on campus, what they've been hearing, and really looking into what can we do for solutions. And so in that conversation, we talked about having a community meeting where the students would invite the community in. We'd have an opportunity to answer questions, to talk about solutions, right? Things that we can do to make sure that the cats are treated humanely, that we find them places and homes. Because ideally the goal is to get them into an adoption, right? To get them into the care of someone who can invite them into their home. We reestablishing and looking at a work group on campus where we have student involvement, but anyone else who's interested, not just the campus community, but the community in general. You know, we want to make sure that this is being addressed, and we're open to that. We also looking at, you know, making sure we continue to monitor what's happening. You know, we know this isn't something that we stop and it's over. It's an ongoing thing. With the conversation, with the dialogue, with the student involvement, we definitely can, one, it allows for more involvement. It also, you know, allows for us, and we have been approached by some nonprofit organizations who have offered to provide help. And we want to bring them in and have them introduced to our students as well as to the campus community so we can find the solution to make sure that we address what's been brought to our attention. So, you know, it's really something that we take seriously. You know, the comments that have been out there have been very unfortunate. So I wanted to make sure I came here this evening to share with you what we've found out, what I've learned about what we've been doing, and just be clear on what my direction has been to our employees, to our campus, just to make sure that we're addressing this in the appropriate way. And so, you know, the Trap, Neuter, Adopt program is something we're definitely looking into again with a nonprofit community partner and others who are willing to assist us. And so with that, that concludes my formal presentation, but I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
I think at this point we'll go to the comments from the members of the public, and then we will have comments and questions from the board, and at that point, you know, we may have questions directed at you. Okay?
Thank you.
I've got 6 cards from people who wish to speak. I remind everyone you will have 3 minutes. I ask you, please come up to the podium to address your comments. Trustee Ed Lopez has a timer. At 3 minutes, it has a very annoying beeping it will give you, and that will mean that your time is up. So, in order, first Anna Wong, and then Joseph Vasquez. Yes, please. The microphone isn't on. There we go.
Good evening. Thank you for the time. My name is Anna Wong. I am the former Return to Field Director for Long Beach Animal Care Services, Orange County Animal Care Services, Garden Grove Animal Control. I worked through Stray Cat Alliance. We were brought in by all 3 entities to run their community cat programs. At that time, at the beginning, they were called Shelter Neuter Return Programs. The name then changed to Return to Field Programs. At Orange County, there was a little bit of a problem. They had already been utilizing the program since 2013. We came in at the end of 2017, fully funded by Best Friends Animal Society to run the program for them at no cost to the county. At that time, they were only releasing feral cats. The studies showed that putting back all cats that came in that were healthy and of good body weight was the way to go, and all the other programs were being executed that way. Orange County had a little bit of an issue with it. The rescue community supported it. Others in the rescue community who brought the current situation to a halt did not agree with putting out friendly cats. On that note, Mike Caviani, who was the director of Orange County Animal Care Services at that time, had said, Anna, and to best friends, we need to make a real clear line of a feral cat and a friendly cat instead of just using all community cats, which was the standard practice. So they used the word TNR for friendly and return to field, or SNR, for feral, so that they could make a differentiation of which cats we were putting out. I told him, as did multiple people nationwide, that that was not a good thing to do because it led to confusion as to what TNR is. And I think that that's where the confusion is with Dr. Thayer's statement about Orange County not allowing TNR, because that's not true. Orange County Animal Care Services does not allow return to field at all. So the program's completely gone there. They do allow TNR in the communities. I think there's 14 contract cities within the Animal Care Services purvey, and or 17. And of those, every single one of those cities wants these programs. They want the program to come back. So basically what Shelter Neuter Return was, RTF, was a cat came in, they were unowned, feral, stray, whatever, and then I did send an email. I hope it's looked at. I would like to set a private meeting up with you and have a continuation of this. I believe I can bring a program that can help everybody involved here.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Joseph Vasquez, followed by Daniel Gonzalez.
All right, I'm not much of a public speaker, so I'll be looking down a lot. Hello, my name is Joseph Vasquez. I'm a proud member of Cypress College Maintenance and Operations. I'd like to make the statement for the record. We have an issue that involves a feral cat colony at Cypress College. I'd like to put these issues in terms that are more relatable for you. We're tradesmen, and our daily duties include shops, tools, and other equipment. While most of you deal with offices, desks, and computers, could you imagine coming to your office and having the door sprayed with cat urine? Then you walk to your desk and feces on your chair. After dealing with all this, you sit down and start to be attacked by fleas. This is what we deal with constantly. Some of us have cat allergies. This is not a healthy way to work. It's not a healthy way to live. Our issue began when Stan Russell started feeding the strays on district property. Before this, we had one or two cats that would pass through the yard, which wasn't an issue. Since he started feeding them, they have multiplied into a colony. There are now litters born about every other month. The inbreeding is so bad that some of these cats are born with ailments and deformities. Because Stan has been threatened with trespassing, he doesn't have access to campus, though he shows up regularly anyway. We have been vilified online. We are not killing the cats, or as they say on the internet, unaliving the cats. We just don't want the cats fed in our area. MNO members are being harassed, threatened because of false information that Stan and his cohorts are spreading. Stan stalks our yard. He confronts anyone working parking lot 6, then verbally attacks the member. Once they're riled up, then he turns on his recording. Our employees are only recording, most of his videos are photoshopped to push his agenda. Meanwhile, our families are being attacked. Our children have seen this and are afraid for us to leave the house. We have the right to come to Cypress College and the right to work without fear of harassment. The Board of Trustees and the district have an obligation to protect us from these outside threats. I have pictures that I'll be emailing you guys. And I guess now that I've spoken against Stan, I'm sure my face will be posted on the internet too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Daniel Gonzalez, followed by Vanessa Gonzalez. Daniel Gonzalez.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I want to speak from the heart tonight because my department and I have been accused of something that is simply not true. A man named Stan has created online content accusing us of killing cats, and his words have gone viral. Millions of people have seen it, and now we have been harassed with hateful phone calls, threats, and strangers calling us horrible names. This has been deeply painful, but I need to make it clear, we have never harmed these animals. From the very beginning, we have worked hard to care for them, housing them indoors in the business department with food, water, and air conditioning. And later on, they were moved to an outdoor fenced area. Then that was criticized. Stan had access to both of these places, but instead of working with us, he chose to spread a lie. I do not believe Stan intended for this to spiral so far, but when lies are shouted loud enough, people start to believe them. Now our employees and their families are the ones suffering. I want to say this clearly, no cat, no false story, and no online following will give Stan the peace he is searching for. Only God can provide that. As for us, we will continue standing in truth. I really hope all this gets resolved tonight. Something's got to give. I go to work worried. What if someone tries to come through with one of their promises of causing us physical harm at work? I work outdoors and I am constantly looking over my shoulder. My wife has received so many calls and emails saying that she should kill herself and that we mess with the wrong people, the cat people, also even mentioning they would do witchcraft on her. We do not feel safe at work anymore. Maybe hire a private company that has experience in these sorts of situations and find a solution, or we could just go drop them all off at Stan's house. Thank you for giving me the chance to set the record straight.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. All right. Vanessa Gonzalez, followed by Aaron Pilkey.
Hello, I'm the wife, and I also work at Cypress College. Thank you for allowing me time to speak. I'd like to express my concerns regarding the lies spread about the maintenance and operations team at Cypress College. I have worked at Cypress College for 17 years. And as the admin of the Office of Maintenance and Operations, I have worked closely to all the employees and have known them each for a very long time. I need you to know that I've always felt safe there. But as of late, I come to see the lies spread throughout the internet by Stan and his followers. Tim, who was the prime target of Stan's attacks, is actually the one person who has actually rescued over 15 kittens who were abandoned by their mom and brought them so we could call animal control so they could come pick the kittens up and treat them. After they pick them up, Tim gives a donation between $20 to $40 each time to help the cause there. We've actually been able to have several employees take them home, and they're taking very good care of them. I see it on their Instagram all the time. Because of Stan's accusations, we've received hundreds of calls and emails that were very disturbing, and I no longer feel safe there. I actually brought the email, and I would like it somehow recognized. I have reached out to police for a police report, as I'm not sure what these people are capable of. I would like to state that none of the employees have ever killed a cat. And trust, I'm like the mom to these 30 men. I know everything. In fact, we've rescued numerous of kittens who were blind or hurt by other animals on campus. I've seen raccoons and coyotes around the area that the water and food dishes left behind. I want you to know that the cats poop on the guy's equipment. Dishes and food bowls are left, leaving piles of trash that none of the Cat Society cleans up after themselves. I have numerous pictures of these also, and I can email them to you guys. Feeding the cats food and water is only a small part of taking care of them. The winters are cold and the summers are hot, and no one can take care of them medically. It is unfair to them. My recommendation is to hire a company to get all of them out of Cypress College and rehome them, as it should not be our responsibility to take care of them. There are many raccoons and coyotes that are on campus that cause actual danger to the cats, not Cypress employees. One of the instances of one of the guys that was poked a hole in the thing, I know that day, and I remember that day because Tim called us over the radio like, I got to go home. There was a dish left behind, of course, and we see the raccoons and coyotes eating and drinking out of these dishes and bowls that are left behind. Well, he saw a skunk over there, and he shooed the skunk away, and he poked a hole in it. The skunk sprayed him. He had to go home because he was just reeking of skunk smell. And that video was cut and portioned and spread widely. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Aaron Pilkey, followed by Miguel Miranda.
Hi, good evening. My name is Aaron Pilkey. I've worked at Cypress College for 17 years. And as a job steward, I hear a lot of things from the employees to bring to people's attention. A lot of times I have to arbitrate these things, but tonight I just want to speak on their behalf and some of my own personal experiences. I'm concerned, or I'm speaking on behalf of the maintenance employees that are concerned about how to control the feral cat situation. They have become afraid to express themselves out of fear that they will be targeted by what we consider and what has become a group of pro-cat activists. They've become very radical in nature and have been spreading mistruths and cutting and editing pictures and video in order to enhance their cause. Like the history that others have spoke of, over the last decade, the feral cat population has exploded due to people feeding them. This may make the people that feed them happy that they're helping the cats, but it makes our working conditions disgusting. The cat people, as I call them, never have to deal with the urine and feces and cat spray that's all over our working equipment. The maintenance staff do. I personally have to work in one of these areas every year when I clean the cooling tower that has a gravel pit underneath it that they decide to make into a cat litter box. When I drain the tower, it becomes something that we in the HVAC group call poop soup. It's pretty gross. And so as you can imagine, you don't really want to work in it, but you just do. You do what you need to do and you get it over with. So over the last few years, tensions have escalated between the cat people and some of the maintenance staff at our college. That escalation has included accusations that the maintenance staff is killing cats and that the administration was promoting or colluding in it. During the last cat protest, or the cat protest last month, my coworkers and I were verbally harassed in public on our campus by protesters who yelled loudly at us that identifying us as maintenance and that we were hurting and killing cats. I had no idea this was even happening and really caught me by surprise, as did my coworkers. I can assure you that neither I or anyone else that I know of in the maintenance department have killed or hurt any cats. The cat people have become a dangerous activist group. They are running a social media campaign against the college and the maintenance departments. They are making baseless accusations that have selectively edited video in an attempt to gain popular support. Their media campaign has resulted in death threats and harassment of employees and their families that have nothing to do with the issue. We feel like we are working in a hostile environment now, and we need the board to help. In order to stop the unsanitary work conditions we work in and put an end to this conflict, we need to remove the problem. We ask that the board direct the administration to hire someone to humanely remove the cats from the campus. In the meantime, implement a no trespassing policy against the people who are not students and are coming on campus to feed the cats. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Miguel Miranda.
Good evening. My name is Miguel Miranda. I'm a skilled maintenance mechanic. I worked at Cypress College for 16 years, I'm sorry. I'm here with a heavy heart to share what my coworkers and I have gone through for years now. We have been continuously harassed by Stan and his followers, and instead of the situation getting any better, it's getting worse. We have asked for help previous presidents, not the current one, campus safety, or managers, and no change has come through. This has gone beyond workplace issue. It has affected my family, co-workers deeply. My daughter, who's in the hospital right now due to a car accident, called me and said, "Dad, are you okay? Be careful." You know, instead of her worrying about her own safety, she's worrying about me going to work. Imagine being injured and worry about other people's safety. Also because she knows most of the other people that I work with. We're a close group. I would like to ask for the board to come up with a solution for this situation before anybody gets hurt or, you know, somebody or one of our family members gets hurt. That's all I got to tell you guys. If you guys could please help us, that'll be really, really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the speaker comments I had on this item. Is there anybody else who wishes to address the board on this item? Okay. Then we will go to.
Someone saying that.
What was your name?
No, I don't believe so, unless it got into the wrong section.
I think there's someone at the back as well.
Okay. Well, if anybody would like to address the board on this item, please come forward. A reminder, you have 3 minutes, and what is your name, sir?
Stan Russell.
Stan Russell.
Is this on?
All right.
I'm the person they're claiming is advocating for this. I've never advocated for violence against anybody. I've never claimed that an employee or that the school is advocating to kill the cats. I did, however, I was an eyewitness to an employee hitting a cat with a rake. And I reported it to the director of security and the vice president at the time. I put that video online because they weren't doing anything about it. The cat ended up being put to death as a result of being wounded. Now, the way I came into this with Cypress College, 5 years ago, I started advocating for a TNR program. I was saying we got to get the population down. This is our goal here. Stop the kitten population. This is our problem that's generating all of this here on campus. So that's why I put the website together, because every time I would report that the people working out there were destroying the water dishes and that I was noticing blunt force trauma on these cats out there, they said, well, you don't have proof. So when I did have proof, I was an eyewitness, and I immediately started filming the worker, and I took it to the school. I also went to the Cypress Police Department, and they told me that, well, you didn't film him killing the cat, so you would never get this in court. You'd never win this case. It's going to be your word against theirs. So I said, okay, but it still happened. I'm an eyewitness. You can't discount that to me. And I spoke with Dr. Thayer when he came on board, and I said, you've got employees out here that are doing this, that are committing violence against cats out here. They're destroying dishes, and one of these days, these guys are going to elevate to attacking humans. I was in the parking lot with 3 female students rescuing a kitten when the employees started harassing us. Then they started throwing rocks over the fence at us. I could hear Tim Noriega and Mark on the other side of the fence. I reported it immediately to the school. I contacted Lieutenant Penvidic and the chief of police at Cypress Police Department. Mr. Penvidic contacted me immediately and put Sergeant Healy in charge of this investigation. He looked at my footage. You could see the rock coming over there trying to attack us. And he said, and he put Officer Allison Gonzalez in charge of the investigation. Both of them told me that Cypress College would not release the CCTV footage from the yard, which would show their employees throwing the rocks. He said, there's nothing we can do. We can't subpoena them. Our hands are tied. So I have to say, you know, I just did a Freedom of Information request over at Orange County Animal Care. 11 cats were taken out of there in the month between June 8th and July 9th. They call Orange County Animal Care and say, hey, we've got kittens, let's remove them. And I've been saying for a long time, this is not the way to manage the population. We need to do TNR programs here. Now, I can't control what other people do on the internet, and I agree that goes crazy, and we've all seen that. That's not me. I put together a website because the school kept denying this was happening, and I said, I'm going to prove it. And in 2023, the
Sir, your time has expired.
I'm going to submit my rebuttal to Dr. Thayer's rebuttal here. How do I submit this?
Give that to Alba.
Can I have 1 minute?
No, sir. All right. Your name, please?
My name is Jasmine Lopez. Excuse my voice, I'm sick. Okay. So I'm here to bring more attention about the Cypress cat situation. Students providing food and water to those stray cats caused Cypress to get involved with the removal of the cats. There are many proper and humane ways to get this done, but the faculty resulted in animal abuse and cruelty. Though those allegations have been denied, there is plenty of evidence of this harassment. It has gone as far as threatening the students and harassing the students as well. I would like to voice for some who aren't here and aren't able to be here today by quoting what they had to say about this. What message are we sending as a community when videos surface of employees responding with anger and defensiveness instead of compassion? While cats on campus are being harmed and left unalived, a school should be led by example, seeking solutions like humane population control and adoption, not denying or dismissing concerns. If we cannot show care and respect for vulnerable animals, how can we expect to provide a safe and supportive environment for our students? This is truly disgusting and unacceptable. Do something about this and stop turning a blind eye and denying allegations. Take accountability for your staff and school. The term cat people that I kept hearing used around shouldn't be a word we use just for people with common decency. The allegations of the videos being edited when there's plenty of video evidence. There are also claims of Tim's daughter harassing people online with plenty of photo evidence. It's not just one way. It's not the families getting harassed. It's the family of the faculty harassing people. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Yes, sir.
My name is Nicholas Dibbs. I came to speak on another item, but I have not seen any of the videos. I'm not up to speed on this issue totally, but what I will say, I have a degree in biology and a minor in chemistry, and I'll just say that injustice against one is injustice against all. Now that applies to our animal friends as well, and so I would encourage the board to adopt a policy as you do in the relationship between students and employees, that you have a policy regarding animals, that there would be compassion and whatever other words can go with it, but to be compassionate and humane in dealing with the animals, that's all. It's not complicated. You treat others as you want to be treated. That includes our animal friends. So what just adopt a policy that would say that whatever is going to happen has to be done in a humane and caring and compassionate way, and ethical and fair. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll now open it up for comments, questions from trustees. Anything? No? Yes, sir. Zachary Kalinko.
Yeah, so just speaking as a student on campus, there's been a lot going around about the situation, and to be honest, I wasn't fully aware of it until just the beginning of the school year, and so it's news to me, to be honest, and so just trying to get the right information is the most critical thing for me personally. So just getting those facts right and everything. Just to go back to Dr. Thayer's point about clarification, I think having some sort of dialogue is the most important thing for a situation like this. Social media has caused us to, or has made it really easy for allegations to be easily thrown around, and misconceptions can very easily become public opinion and perceived as the truth. And so I actually had a friend at Cal Poly Pomona ask me, does the Associated Students at Cypress support or condone the murder of cats? And obviously not. But it just goes to show how easily these things can spiral out of control. And students in particular can just as easily be targeted, for lack of a better word. Which is why I want to point out how on social media, students, and I've heard students and student orgs receive various messages regarding the situation, ranging from mild, for the most part, to pushing the line of just being comments. And so for the safety and well-being of my peers involved on campus, I just want to ask people, the critics on the situation to not harass students and student orgs at Cypress College regarding the cats. Of course, coming just from the student government on campus, we're open to comments and concerns, and that's the whole point of why we're there. We want to hear your concerns, and we want to do what we can to alleviate the situation and everything, and do our due diligence to make the campus better. And so I think twisting the truth is something that's like a huge theme around this. And so that's why it's a goal for us, as Dr. Thayer mentioned, having collaborating with the respective parties and involved groups on campus to have a platform, specifically a town hall, to have people come in and give the right information and the facts, and basically work together to solve the situation. Because again, I think the general consensus is that no one wants to see cats dying. And so I think just with that being said, yeah, there's a lot of work to be done. And so I hope that we can move in the right direction.
Thank you. Other comments? Trustee Bent.
Yeah, I mean, this is there's a lot of perspectives being shared here, and certainly animals need to be treated courteously and carefully and everything else. But I have major concerns about the employment conditions of our employees that are having to deal with the conditions that they're having to deal with, and I think that's something that any college district or anybody who's dealing with an animal control problem needs to definitely consider. I'm quite concerned because we regularly negotiate with our unions, and working conditions is such an important part of those contracts that this hasn't really been brought up before. But I think it definitely needs to be addressed. I think the working conditions of our employees, the well-being and safety of our students and anybody else needs to be carefully considered. You know, we are a higher education institution. We're not a wildlife sanctuary, and we definitely need to find a balance where we can have an environment that's conducive to learning, that's conducive to working in. We want to be a destination district, which means we need our people to be able to come in very clean working conditions. Even if they're working outdoors, they shouldn't be tripping over animal feces at every second. And so certainly we need to find a solution. We need to find one that is very conscientious about the safety of the animals. It sounds like, I appreciate Dr. Thayer's presentation. It answered actually a lot of questions for me. But I do want to know, I mean, it's hard sometimes to diagnose or a dead cat if it's not like obvious what the wounds are, or if it died of natural causes and everything else. But I think one of them died in one of our, I don't know which one, but one of them died in a bathroom. I mean, a cat should not be in a bathroom in any kind of workplace or place that people go to school. And it's just an indication of problem. It's not just cats. I mean, it sounds like we got skunks and coyotes and other things that we need to be concerned about as well. And so to me, in most cases, I'd be an advocate of relocating all of those kind of animals that are not necessarily where they should be. And it's very tough when we're in a wide open campus and a big community and we have a lot of grass and stuff like that. So we're going to have to find a policy moving forward, but I'd be in favor of a policy. I don't know if we can solve all the problems of the past, but we can make a change going forward and find a way that works for the cats, that works for our employees, that works for our community. I have appreciated some of the emails I've gotten from the community on both sides of this, but I will say that some of them have come from like anonymous sources, so it's like I couldn't call people back. I'm always willing to call people back. People can get a hold of me. I'll talk to you on the phone. I'll hear your perspective. But at the end of the day, our focus has to be on educating students and having a safe environment for our students, employees, and everybody. And certainly we need to try to manage in any way we can the animals in a way that's very humane. But that's not our mission. We're not a zoo. We're not a wildlife sanctuary. We have to focus on education. And when our workers are having to deal with cats, that is very difficult. That's not anywhere in their job description. So anyways, I want to say that I know a lot of employees have worked with these cats for a long time. Dr. Thayer, a lot of our people are interfacing with them every single day. And so thank you for tolerating what you've tolerated so far and doing your best. I don't know about the allegations of abuse or anything like that, but I do think we need to make a change going forward. And it's not right for people to forcibly have to feed cats or do anything additional to their work requirements than they're already doing. So, and it's not in the job description. So we need to work going forward. I don't know if that means I need to bring back a policy next time, but I'll work with Chancellor Breland and I'll work with Dr. Thayer and anybody that wants to talk to me, and I'd be in favor of having some sort of policy, some sort of solution. It might require a few weeks to resolve, to get people involved, because I know it's not just easy to say we're going to make this change. We need to have a lot of investigation involved as well just to figure out what the options are. But I think a change needs to be made. Thank you.
Of course, one of the considerations is feral cats are legally wild animals, and there are restrictions in what you can do as far as feeding or directly interacting with wild animals. The dogs are not the same, but cats are legally wild animals. So, yeah. Other comments? Yes, Ed Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank Dr. Thayer for his presentation, also Captain Revere for taking the time to join us this evening. Thank you. And also thank you to all those who made public comments. I do have a few questions for Dr. Thayer. So the first regards to terminology. The materials we have generally refer to the cats as feral cats. And I noticed a lot of the speakers did as well. So I would like to draw a distinction between feral cats on the one hand and stray cats on the other. So a feral cat is one that is born in the wild, has never had any contact with human beings, lives as a wild animal in the brush and doesn't like human beings. Whereas a stray cat is one that once lived as a pet in a household and then was lost or abandoned. So from the pictures I've seen, and does like human beings, will approach human beings, likes to be petted, likes to be fed, and so forth. So from the pictures I've seen, it appears that many of the cats that we're talking about are in fact stray cats rather than feral cats. And I wonder if we do have a kind of a breakdown on that, if you can tell us how many of these cats are actually feral cats versus how many are stray cats. Sure. Yeah, I have a few questions for you, so.
While Dr. Thayer's coming up, just a clarification, Trustee Lopez, is the distinction you're making between stray and feral, you're talking about a legal distinction or more of a definitional
It's definitional. I'll come to the legal issue later, but right now I just want to get the terminology straight. And also making the distinction kind of suggests how some cats can be treated as a solution or a goal versus what the solution might be for others.
Well, I'll answer the best I can, in regards to the cats. Now, we have, as you know, we're in a community. And there is, adjacent to the campus, there's apartment buildings, and they have cats that have been made aware of. We know some of the cats on campus have had litters. And, of the interaction between the cats, if it's a stray cat, a feral cat, there's the possibility that all the cats are coming onto campus because of the proximity and where the colonies are located versus where the apartments are located. So there is definitely a possibility. I mean, we've been monitoring numbers. A distinction is if a cat has a collar, we assume that it's a domesticated cat. So it could fall into the stray cat category, or it's coming from the apartments. And so I know well, my understanding is when our campus safety director goes out and tries to identify numbers, he's looking at the cats that have been accounted for, and then if new litters are coming. In regards to that distinction, I don't believe we have that specifically been able to label that because of where the cats are in proximity to each other.
It'd be helpful to know that. If I could ask for an update on that, if you could provide the board with some kind of estimate or guess as to how many are feral and how many are stray, because, I mean, maybe they're all stray. We don't really know. The term feral is being used, but it seems to me inaccurate for at least some and maybe most of the cats, or maybe even all of them. We don't really know. So if we could get some kind of handle on that, that would be helpful. My second question concerns the regulation that has been posted on the campus. It's a regulation, I believe, of the Fish and Game Service of the state of California. And it's a regulation that prohibits people from harassing or annoying or interfering with wildlife, like deer or bears or mountain lions. But by posting the regulation, we are implying that it applies to the cats on the campus. And I wonder if that is true. I did a quick Google search of this, and so it's not definitive by any means, but basically everything that I saw suggested that it does not, that it is intended for wildlife, which would not include either stray cats or feral cats. So I wonder if we have consulted with a lawyer about that or consulted with the Fish and Game Service about whether that regulation does in fact apply to these cats?
We had a long conversation about this. So our director of campus safety did the research to look into how do we create, or I noticed like what can and cannot be done in regards to the feeding of animals. So he did the research, he looked at the information, shared it with other entities to address the feeding of cats. The idea for signage was so that our employees didn't have to be engaging people coming onto campus and putting food and different things into their space. We have barriers for the employees are behind the fences, and that was being placed in there. And because of the reports, which I shared in my presentation, we wanted to see how do we move away from them having to interact with the public, and this was an attempt to do that. It was done after, I believe, months of research. It wasn't just something that was done haphazardly. We really wanted to figure out a solution that we could address what's happening and try for it to not happen.
So as to the regulation then, do we have a legal opinion, or did we actually check with the Fish and Game Service as to whether that regulation applies to cats?
Well, Craig Lee here is the one who did the research. I know he did it over months, and he consulted with numerous entities. So Craig, you...
Yeah, come on. I did speak with Fish and Game. They're the ones who actually told me, I did talk with Fish and Game, and they're the ones who actually gave me that code to go about it. The way that they looked at it was domesticated wild, and that's how they looked at it. So in this case right here, they were talking about all public parks. So In fact, they were talking about how Irvine Great Park has those same signs that we put up, much like they use it for foul, but there's foul, there's separate subsections to that code that deals with foul, that deals with furred mammals, I forgot exactly what the term is, and then deals with the deer, all the mountain lions, all that kind of stuff. So that code right there specifically talks about what they consider non-domesticated animals. That's what Fish and Game told me.
So they said the regulation, just to be very specific here, did they tell you that regulation applies to stray cats, the feeding of stray cats?
When we were talking about it, I was talking about what our issue was on campus, which was cats. I used feral cats, so maybe that would be a separate distinction, to be honest with you. I didn't know there was a different distinction between a feral cat and a stray cat. So when I was talking to them, I was talking to them about feral cats. However, they went back and gave me that their distinction, Fish and Game's distinction, is wild or domesticated. There wasn't any subsections to that or subcategories to that.
Okay. Well, I guess I would like to see a legal opinion on this, because if we're going to post regulations on campus telling students that they're committing a misdemeanor by feeding a stray cat, we think we really need to be sure about that. To me, that seems to be very questionable, but so I would like to ask that we get a legal opinion on that. But thank you for that answer. My final question concerns trap, neuter, and release. So there's been some discussion about how this is illegal, and I just want to clarify that point. So as I understand it, there's a court case from San Diego, which is, I think, the only California Superior Court case on this issue right now, that says that trap, neuter, and release violates, when dealing with stray cats, a state law against abandoning animals. That is, the release part is considered, by this judge anyway, an abandonment of an animal. And so trap, neuter, and release of stray cats violates that. But the judge said that trap, neuter, and release of feral cats does not violate that law. So as I understand it, there is a distinction in the law on this question, so that the goal can be trap, neuter, and release for feral cats, but for the stray cats, it should be trap, neuter, and adopt. So those, I think, are the two programs that we should be looking at. Again, you don't have to, I'm not offering a legal opinion here. Nobody should take my word on any of this, but these are the issues that I see that are raised and that I think we have to kind of research and get more information on. So again, I would suggest that we get a legal opinion on that issue. Because in these materials that we've seen, it's stated a number of times that trap, neuter, and release is illegal in Orange County in particular. I don't think that's the case. So it's illegal as a matter of state law, according to this one judge, as applied to stray cats. But in Orange County, the situation, as I understand it, is that the Orange County Animal Shelter has ceased its trap, neuter, and release program, but it's not unlawful for others to engage in trap, neuter, and release in Orange County per se. That is, there's not an Orange County ordinance that makes it illegal. It's just that the Orange County Animal Shelter has abandoned that program. But others, including, I think, the animal shelter in Garden Grove, for example, does conduct this, and other animal shelters around the state do so as well. But but I think there is an important distinction there to be made between the stray cats and the feral cats, which is another reason to kind of get straight on exactly what the population is that we're dealing with. So those are my only questions. I notice in the slides that you have here, there's something about a campus cat working group, which I think is an excellent idea. So if we could bring in some of the advocates or the cat people, as they've been called, to be part of this, along with the staff and others, I think that would be a very helpful thing, just to get everybody's viewpoints represented and contributing to some kind of solution. And on the idea of a board policy, I agree that is also something to look at. That's all I have, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thayer.
Any other comments? Okay. I think it's clear that this is an issue that Dr. Breland and Dr. Thayer are aware of and will continue to pursue. This is an information item, so it's not something we would be taking action on tonight. All right. Agenda item 7F, recommended that the board discuss any potential future agenda items. Is there anything anyone wanted to bring up? Yes, Mark.
Thank you. This is really more of a delayed processing for our item on the boardroom. Really, a couple other things I was considering and thinking about that we could add on whenever that item comes back, it returns to us, is number one, having a timer for our public speakers, perhaps.
We have that. We haven't been using it with those 3 lights there.
Okay. All right. That would save our secretary all the effort of having to keep track of all that. So I'm sure he would appreciate it. But also,
Secretary has to learn how to use the new device.
oh, okay. Well, extra work. Also, this one might be a little more expensive, but adding some electrical outlets to the dais because some of our student trustees, some of us who use our laptops for taking notes, reading the agenda, especially when we have meetings that go a little bit longer. The battery might be dying on those. So if there's another alternative we could look at, doesn't necessarily have to be the outlets necessarily. I know we have some back here in the wall. So maybe just some extension cords, we could use something for that. So
I think there was talk about perhaps just putting power strips there, because we have outlets that they're just all used at the moment, but.
Okay, yeah, additional outlet, okay.
Put a power strip on there and, get 6 more outlets.
That would be helpful.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Yeah. Any other things for this item? Okay. Agenda item 8A, Chancellor's staff comments. Starting with Valentina Patel, NOCCCD.
Good evening, trustees and members of the community. I am pleased to share several important updates from North Orange Continuing Education. First, as Chancellor Breland mentioned, we have a distinct honor of hosting Board of Governors meeting next week. They will visit our campus on the 16th and 17th, and they will be involved in many activities. NOCCCD was specifically chosen for this honor due to its leading role in serving adult learners for many decades, which is now at the forefront of Vision 2030. And we hope that you will visit many activities that we have planned for next week, including the actual meeting of the Board of Governors, which will include a presentation on the past, present, and future of adult education. I have the honor of joining Gary Adams, the Chancellor's Office Dean, and also Executive Vice President of Kilbride College, Dr. Tamika Connor, in presenting. Second, I wanted to highlight that our first 2 healthcare mobile clinic days were very successful. The visit time slots were full. In total, 47 students received care, were able to be seen by a physician, and we are working on setting up future visits with the hope that we will have monthly visits at all 3 centers. Meanwhile, our partners serve the people. They have been on campus helping our students, eligible students, sign up for medical services, which will actually help us as we are preparing to launch another federally funded program that's called Fresh Success. And also, I wanted to mention that on August 27th, we, NOCCCD, specifically CC-TAP team, hosted or delivered a very successful regional non-credit workshop for Far North region, which was hosted by Woodland College, and it was attended by more than 150 attendees, representing 30 colleges of the region and 7 districts. Thank you, Chancellor Breland, for joining us. We were also joined by State Chancellor Christian, 2 members from the Board of Governors, and State Chancellor's Office executive team. members of the executive team. And we are hoping to continue. This model was successful. We are hoping to continue in other regions. And I want to thank our CC TAP team members, Dr. Lisa Mednik-Takami, Dulce Delgadillo, Chandni Ajanel, Jaspinder Upal, Diana Martinez, and Ute Mashke for this wonderful event. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Cynthia Levo, Fulton College.
Good evening, trustees. I am happy to report that our student enrollment is up. Our head count is up nearly 5% to 20,347 students. This is the first time we have surpassed 20,000 students enrolled in the past few years, and we're very excited about that. Our full-time equivalent student enrollment is up 2.5% to 7,086. Today, I'm happy that we launched our Latinx Heritage Month at FC with an event to honor Hispanic Serving Institution Week. I had fun engaging with students while handing out paletas, which everyone enjoyed. I'd also like to take this time to thank alumni Carl Sweet for donating $10,000 to the Al Fiola Endowed Scholarship for our student athletes. With his donation, we reached our goal of fundraising $50,000. Congratulations to Dr. Ziza Delgado Noguera, who's here in the audience today. You confirmed her tonight as our interim Dean of Ethnic Studies and Student Equity. We are fortunate to have her at the helm, and I want to thank her and the faculty for working with Anaheim Unified High School District to serve over 200 students with ethnic studies this summer, helping our college grow enrollment to a 15% increase over the same time last year. Ziza was also instrumental in obtaining our $500,000 Rising Scholars Grant and working with ethnic studies faculty to obtain a $100,000 grant for open educational resources. Congratulations, Ziza, and welcome to your new role. I'd also like to invite you all to the ribbon cutting for 2 new buildings, our Student Support Center on the corner of Chapman and Newell, and the M&O building. This will take place Friday, September 19th from 9 to noon. Invitations have gone out to officials from every part of our college service areas, and our speakers include a student veteran, Assembly Member Avelino Valencia from Anaheim, and Mayor of Fullerton, Fred Jung. We look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Scott Thayer, Cypress College.
I just refer to my written report. I have no oral report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Jennifer Vega Lacerna, for your first meeting.
Good evening. Thank you for the welcome. I'm very happy to be here for my first in-person board meeting. I've been on several via Zoom, but this is my first chance to be here in person. So thank you very much. And I just want to share a quick update on our strategic plan, the district integrated strategic plan. And so the community, our North Orange Community College District Integrated Planning Manual outlines the development of 2 short-term strategic plans. And so the first one, the district-wide strategic plan, will conclude in the summer of 2026. So to ensure alignment, the district-wide plan should be developed this year, 25-26, and ready for implementation in fall of 26. So on August 25th, the district's consultation council authorized the formation of a district-wide work group or design team to develop the 2026-2030 district-wide strategic plan. And that recommendation will come to the board at the next board meeting. So I just wanted to give you the heads up that we are working on that, and it will be here at the next board meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Fred Williams.
No report.
No report. Irma Ramos.
Good evening. No report.
All righty. Okay. Moving to resource table personnel, starting with Trustee Cassens, DMA President. Nope. Okay. Candace Lynch, NOCCCD Academic Senate.
No report at this time.
All right. Jacqueline Manchinetti, Cypress College Academic Senate.
Good evening tonight, board. I'm pleased to share an update on the success of our recent Academic Senate retreat. The retreat was well attended, highly engaged, and gave us a strong foundation as we move into the new academic year. Faculty members participated in thoughtful discussion, collaboration activities, and planning sessions that reinforce our commitment to shared government, student success, and professional growth. Building on that momentum, I'm going to highlight a couple things coming up before Senate on Thursday. So we're going to be doing a syllabus guideline. So we're looking through for the college and recommendations for the college. We will be having Dr. Thayer come, and we're going to meet with the Senate to discuss opportunities for Cypress College to join a ZTC/OER leadership cohort. This initiative could greatly benefit our students by reducing textbook cost and increasing access to zero textbook cost courses, aligning with statewide equity and goals. We will be we'll be working on our community agreement within our Senate itself, and also having Dr. Medina Martin will be coming to share information about a district-wide event focused on faculty research and scholarly work. Thank you.
Thank you. Bridget Kamenek, Fulton College Faculty Senate.
Good evening, trustees. The Fullerton College Faculty Senate had its first meeting on September 4th. At this meeting, we learned about the NOCCCD Scholarly Symposium, an exciting opportunity for faculty to share their research with the district community led by Flavio Medina Martin, in collaboration with the district academic and faculty senate presidents and the district diversity and inclusion faculty fellows. We also heard updates about campus zero textbook costs, open educational resources led by our OER liaison to the statewide academic senate and our guided pathways office. Faculty also received an update on our college mission statement status following the last Board of Trustees meeting in spring 2025. We also received, as a first read, credit for prior learning catalog language. We elected faculty to serve on a variety of committees on our campus and district, including the Vice Chancellor of Administrative Services Hiring Committee and the District 2026-2030 Design Team. At our next meeting on September 18th, we'll learn more about changes to the academic progress report process, consider a draft of the Student Equity and Achievement Plan, and vote on proposed revisions to AP 3415, Immigration Enforcement Activities, in preparation for the September 22nd District Consultation Council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Krista Deep, United Faculty. Nobody? Okay. Elaine Loyosa, CSCA.
Good evening, trustees, chancellors, colleagues, and audience. We're going to have our first chapter meeting this coming Wednesday, September 17, the first one for this fiscal year. There are several issues currently affecting our collective bargaining unit. I come before you as a chapter leader, hopefully that these concerns will be heard and taken into consideration for resolutions. For many years, we have been filling unfilled positions with professional experts and hourly employees. This practice continues across NOCCCD, Fullerton, and Cypress College. We have PEs who have been in their current roles for over 10 years, if not more. The reason they remain is because there is an ongoing need and demand. There is clearly permanent classified positions that should be filled accordingly. While we understand that each campus follows its own process, it appears that classified positions are not being given a high priority they deserve. This process needs to be reviewed, and we must ensure greater involvement from classified staff in these decisions and changes. Many classified employees are overworked, and their workload has increased tremendously. In some divisions and departments, often they are taking on these responsibilities without any additional compensation. We need to restructure the way it's been prioritized to allow a steady and a more defined process. Many departments have gone far too long without filling essential classified positions. Our members are being hesitant to even take vacation, or I dare say to even call in sick because the workload and lack of coverage. We understand the critical role we played in keeping this district running, but this situation is unsustainable. To add this, many classified staff are now receiving emails about excessive vacations, which is ironic, given that they haven't been able to take time off due to staffing shortage in many of the cases. Additionally, many departments continue to have PEs and hourly employees performing classified duties. Falls under the classified job description. I have brought this attention to HR and managers in departments where I have become aware of. However, some continues to violate the collective bargaining agreement and job description protocol. HR has assured us that they will appropriate measures and address this issue with management promptly. Another urgent matter is what we heard today, the CAT situation. We really need to have clear and concise guidance. Okay, thank you. That completes my report.
Okay, thank you. And Marlo Smith, adjunct faculty.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. This should be the fastest, most efficient report ever. Just a quick reminder that we're having our contract celebration on Friday, September 12th from 4 to 7 at Roscoe's Deli. You're all welcome, and you can just drop in. And that concludes my report. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 8C, comments from members of the Board of Trustees, starting with NOCCCD, Student Representative Christina Su.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My report includes my tea time with students, and this was last week. I was pleased to host my September edition and third session of the tea time with student trustee event. In the morning, I welcomed students at the Anaheim campus in person, and in the evening, we had a Zoom meeting. For both meetings, I'm very happy to help our students to answer their questions and just connect with them. And I hope the meetups will become larger as we host these monthly meetings and share the opportunities to provide feedback and engage with one another. The next tea time will be Wednesday, October 1st, 8 a.m. in person in Anaheim campus, and over the Zoom will be 6 p.m. in the evening. Next September student leadership meeting, we had our first student leadership meetings on September 4. I joined the NOC student leadership meeting along with other leaders and student services coordinator Maria Hernandez. The meeting was a great chance to learn about updates on student clubs. As the student trustee, I also spoke to the group about the role of student trustee and my desire to collaborate in a variety of activities. Our first activity is to develop a list of feedback that we would like to hear from our students, the leaders, and I will develop a list of questions and work with our NOC research department to develop a survey or focus group so we can best listen to and support our student body. Our goal is to gather input on how we can support students in being actively engaged with our institution. Next, it was our Women in Power Spaces event. I wanted to thank the district's Chief Communication Officer, Kai Stims Davis, and NOC President Valentina Pertal for inviting me to attend last week's Women in Power Spaces event. I was pleased to be joined by 4 other student leaders and a student navigator. The event was impactful, and I enjoyed learning about the informational and historical experiences shared by various speakers. Upcoming Board of Governors meeting. I will be participating in the upcoming Board of Governors meeting hosted by NOCCCD and it will take place in Anaheim campus next week, September 16 and 17. I look forward to greeting our guests, joining the campus tour, and sharing my experiences as a student with them. Thank you to Julie Shepp for providing training this coming Thursday for our student leaders so we can learn more about our role and the activities for the two-day event. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Fulton College Student Representative Sammy Castillo-Bolivar.
Yes, I'm just very pleased to report that we had our first Student Senate meeting, and we had a lot of attendees there. The room was full. We almost had no chairs, really, so it was great. We had a total of 38 attendees other than the executive board, the 7 or 8 people on the executive board, so it was great. Those were all students, and we were able to swear in 17 new senators. So far, it looks like the semester is going to be great compared to other semesters, and it aligns with our goals of trying to increase our student senators and our involvement. And we've also been working on more access and more outreach in order to get more student involvement as well. And then we had our Interclub Council retreat last Friday, which went really well. We got a lot of good feedback that we're working on as well. And we'll have our first Buzzy Club Fest, which is Club Rush, tomorrow. So we're excited for that as well. But those are the main things. Thank you. End of report.
Okay, thank you. Cypress College Student Trustee Zachary Kulinko.
Yeah, so just this past Friday, the Associated Students at Cypress College had a retreat in the park where we got to bond, do some leadership activities, and go into depth on some of the student government formalities and processes, including Robert's Rules of Orders and Brown's Act. It was a really fun time, and it's really reassuring that our student government is motivated and committed to student advocacy and equity. Today was actually our first day of Club Rush around our pond area, which had a really great turnout. It ran around the afternoon time, where Student Life and Leadership gave out pizza and drinks for everybody. About 40 clubs and programs participated, and we expect an even higher turnout tomorrow. And lastly, as I mentioned earlier, the student government at Cypress is looking to put on a town hall regarding the cat situation. End report.
Great. Thank you. Trustee Mark Lopez.
Thank you, President Brown. Just one item tonight. Last Wednesday, I was able to attend the Citizens Oversight Committee. And I thank the staff there and the committee members as well, but I just wanted to publicly acknowledge them here as well for helping to ensure all the taxpayer dollars that we as a district asked them to approve are being well spent. When we had the voters approve that, we asked them to approve this on the promise that we have improved facilities and we enhance the experience for our staff and our students. And I just want to thank them again for helping to ensure that. Thank you.
Trustee Barbara Dunsheath.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple things. I attended the Women Empowerment Series convening, and I'd like to appreciate Kai Stearns for her diligent effort. It was a wonderful day, sold out crowd, lots of positive feedback, and a lot of energy around the event. So thank you. It was a wonderful day. I wanted to also note that when we did the block approval, we approved the contingency language for various employee groups. I'm very pleased that that passed and that the board approved it unanimously. And just a reminder that, partly why I support it, because it says that if we have additional revenue coming into our district, that is really a joint effort from many people around the district, that we will give a portion of that back to our employees. So I'm very happy to support that. Last time we met, I talked about the support needed for Assembly Bill 1440. That right now I believe is before the governor. I know that the district is working in conjunction with our legislative representatives. So I hope if any additional trustees can send letters, that would be greatly appreciated. And then lastly, I wanted to welcome officially Dr. Jennifer Vega-Lacera to the district. We're happy to have you. And that ends my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Ed Lopez.
No comments?
Okay. Trustee Stephen Blount.
I wasn't going to say anything, but might as well. I should have mentioned it when we were discussing the budget, but this budget is a masterpiece. It's exactly what I would do and have done in my private professional life. It was half the pages. It was laid out perfectly, and there were more pages of narrative than there were of pages with numbers. And I enjoyed it very much. and seeing the improvement in the, well, like I said, it was a masterpiece. It was so, the contrast was so great. The other thing is, with the cats, yeah, we moved in our neighborhood and it got around real quick that don't take your unwanted pet, take it to the Blount. So we've raised 6-7 dogs and 4 or 5 cats, but they do get exasperating, and you lash out at them. And if they interrupt your work, your well-being, you do that, and it's forgiven. But it's kind of like, what can you believe? You know, like Ed said, I'm not passing a legal opinion on this. It was just, but it's like the law enforcement, other people tonight have said the Fish and Game Department of California. Well, I have a brother-in-law that's a retired ranger with the California Fish and Wildlife. So, you know, if you're wrong in that aspect, what else are you wrong in? And that's just my opinion.
It's not often we hear somebody say they enjoy reading a budget, so that's high praise.
Well, when I retired, I was going through my stuff, and I got the symbol of my profession, you know, like the king or queen and the scepter, you know, and it's a you know, very expensive mechanical pencil. And it says, oh, I miss the dynamics of putting together and knowing everything about a corporation, you know. Then I'm retired.
Trustee Reinbent.
Thank you. Well, I love happy endings, and it sounds like Trustee Blount's willing to adopt all those cats, and they get to stay in Cyprus. So it's like a win-win, but we'll talk about it more in future meetings. I don't have any other report besides that, and thank you all for being here today.
Okay, great. I don't have any comments, so agenda item 8D, public comments on non-agenda items. I've got 4 cards. We'll take them in the order they came in. Remind the speakers you will have 3 minutes. And again, you know, please come to the podium when it's your turn. First is Annie Doe.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Annie Doe. I am a recent transfer and community member concerned about preventative measures for COVID-19 and air quality across the district. For those who do not know, COVID-19 is surging in California due to a new and highly infectious variant known as Stratus. Public health officials and the California Department of Public Health have advised people to help stop the spread of COVID-19 by wearing high-quality masks such as an N95, KN95, and KF94s, and getting yearly vaccinations as protection and immunity from COVID-19 wane over time. As students are returning to campus, the risk of infection increases as students spend hours indoors and in proximity with several other students. This is especially concerning as, according to the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy, notes that a mild COVID infection can substantially alter a person's immune system, let alone several other infections over the course of a school year. I've seen firsthand the effects of multiple COVID infections through classmates, friends, and even my own mother, who in the past was well and healthy, but now may not be able to see me graduate college with a bachelor degree if she sustains a third COVID infection. This should not happen to any student or faculty, and I urge NOCCCD to take a layered approach to protections by allowing students or having a supply of high-quality masks to be available to students who may want to protect themselves but may not have the means to employ air purification measures with air purifiers, and in the case of Cypress College, improve your HVAC system by using MERV 13 filters instead of MERV 8s. And to those who may think that these measures are frivolous, preventative COVID-19 measures can also be used as protection from wildfires. As the LA wildfires went on, the air quality in Orange County worsened due to the smoke traveling to adjacent areas. During that time, LA public health officials and the EPA recommended using N95 masks or better to protect from the smoke, and also to use MERV 13 filters in HVAC systems to protect from smoke particles, as they are effective in capturing these particles. The missions of Cypress, Fullerton, and NOCE College is to help students forge academic and career pathways, and also to create inclusive and equitable environments for all students. I believe that NOCCCD should stay true to that mission and create a safe environment for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Antoinette Triefenbach.
Hi, good evening, board. My name is Antoinette Triefenbach, Administrative Assistant 2 at Fullerton College in our Natural Sciences Division office. I'm also a site rep coordinator with CSEA. I'm here on behalf of all of the admin 2s who are currently in a grievance, and I have a joint statement that represents all of us to read to you. We are here tonight to give you an update on the opening grievance involving the Administrative Assistant 2 employees at Fullerton College. We want you to be aware that we will attend our mediation meeting in a couple of weeks and ask for your support as we continue this phase in the process. In 2022, the district implemented complex scheduling procedures to meet the accuracy requirements of state-mandated reporting. At this time, both Administrative Assistant 2s and Administrative Assistant 3s were equally tasked with these new responsibilities, and all individuals attended the same mandatory training, sessions, and meetings. Subsequently, we have been tasked with the implementation of FLAC and other duties not reflected on the Admin 2 job description. Due to these added responsibilities, Admin 3s were reclassed without going through the reclassification process to a new job title of Admin 3 Instructional Support Services, ISS. And they were granted a step increase in recognition of their added responsibilities. However, the Admin 2 employees who have been performing these same duties right alongside them every day have never been compensated for any of these duties for the past 2.5 years. This disparity has been formally challenged through the appropriate grievance processes for over 2 years. As we move into arbitration, we respectfully request the support of the Board of Trustees in seeking a fair and equitable resolution. We appreciate your attention to this matter and your continued support in ensuring their fair and equitable treatment of all employees across the district, because of course, you need to pay quality work what it's worth. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Norby. Chris Norby.
Go Hornets. Go Hornets. There we go. I'm Chris Norby, 2800 Puente Street, Fullerton. I urge football games at Fullerton College starting times be moved from 12 noon to 6 o'clock. Noon starting times pose a health and safety risk, especially in 90-plus degree weather, which is typical in these months. This is a list of sampling of nearby community colleges and the starting times that their football teams play. You can see that the vast majority of them play at 6 o'clock. 12 noon is just too hot. I started attending Hornet football games back in the 1950s when I was a kid, but I can't continue to sit in the midday scorching sun when there is an alternative. It was 95 degrees at the Hornets' opening game August 30th. The team and fans were forced to set up tents and bring umbrellas that interfere with the view of the game. The artificial turf amplifies the heat for the players. The blazing sun even makes the scoreboard hard to read. Now, this issue could be placed on a future board agenda, but it could be handled at the chancellor or athletic director's level. I strongly urge them to reschedule the remaining games with a phone call to the athletic directors or the chancellors that the other schools were playing to push back our remaining home games to 6 o'clock in the evening. And certainly it should be considered for the future schedule for next year. I know there's sensitivity to the neighbors, but a 6 o'clock time is no more impactful than a 12 o'clock time. Fullerton High School has been playing night games right across the street for decades, and the neighbors haven't been complaining. Scherbeck Field was built with lights. Let's use them. August and September are the hottest months of the year. Why torture ourselves? Why torture our fans? For the comfort, health, and safety of all involved, start the football games at 6 o'clock. Go, and one more thing, go Hornets.
Thank you. And finally, Nicholas Dibbs.
That's a hard act to follow. Anyway, my name is Nicholas Dibbs. I'm excited to be here. I did a science project as a high school kid dealing with water, received an award from Municipal Water District of Orange County, toured the State Water Project, and 20 years later went to work for California Department of Water Resources and dealing with the State Water Project for over 8 years. I'm here because we have a shortage of skilled workers, as you probably know, in most trades, including water utilities and water operations. And I had a chance to run into Trustee Blount, and when I told him the story, he encouraged me to kind of, share the story in a way and see if there's anybody behind me who deals with CTE, Career Technical Education. We have no high schools and no adult schools in Orange County offering any kind of water utility training. Yes, Santiago Canyon College has a wonderful water science program, but that's just one college in a vast county of over, 2 or 3 million people. LA County has no high school providing this type of program. So for North Orange continuing education, as well as at Fullerton College and Cypress College, why don't we have an introductory course, not an entire program like Santiago Canyon College in the water science complete thing, but an introductory class to help people get into the water field. So we have a shortage of skilled workers. In the water field, there's also a shortage. And, all of you turn on the faucet, but, do you know about the thousands of people that make the water happen, that get it here safely and so on? There's a whole team of people, and these are mission-critical jobs. I'm a member of the Water Energy Education Alliance, which is a partnership between educational institutions and water districts, including MWD, Municipal Water District of Orange County Water District, and other water agencies. And we commissioned a study. I don't represent them. I'm speaking only on my behalf, but WEA, Water Energy Education Alliance, commissioned a study, a statewide study on this, showing that there's a vast need. Just like we have a shortage of nurses, we have a shortage of people in the water field. We need more people. So I'm here to advocate as a CTE teacher, as a science teacher, as an educator. I have, you know, all this experience, and before I die from this planet, I'd like to share it with some young people and get them into the exciting world of water careers in water utilities. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Was there anybody else? That was the end of the comment cards I received. Okay. We will be going into closed session for the reasons that are given in agenda item 8A, that there will not be a readout from this. And with that, the open session is done.